Every Thursday, the scene is set in the realm of thoughts where minds are met. They're the thinkers with brains on the brink. Every Thursday, they're doing a thing with that darn kitty as the fearless lead. The Foxrew by her side, they plant the seed with Dorkus guiding through dungeons deep, and Grey Poupet spreads it on steep. Nemo's crush goes like magic in the air to press Hydra's expertise beyond compare. Charles manages the box office with grace, while other guests add to the lively space. In a world of thoughts where minds collide, the thinkers gather their wits as their guide. From deep contemplation to laughter's embrace, every Thursday is their special place.
Yeah.
Oh, there he is.
Hey now.
Right on top.
Hey now.
Right
There
on
you go.
top.
Less than a minute late. Okay, just a little bit of time.
Hydra appeared. He wasn't
Well,
here
I
before we started the intro, and now he's here.
Yeah.
Yes.
Well, I'm glad.
Just
yes.
a minute late.
Welcome, everybody, I suppose, and Hydra as well. It's okay.
Just
You've been
slipped
around
in,
whenever
yes.
you're there. Hey now, yeah. Hi there, Nico. Hydra's expertise beyond it's beyond compare.
Beyond repair.
Beyond compare.
We can't
Beyond
fix these.
repair.
Beyond
Fuck
compare.
you.
It's beyond compare.
Beyond
Okay,
repair.
listen. Yeah, and thank you for singing along, Serafax over there. Oh, damn it. 44. It's your fault. Your name is a swear word. You guys didn't even realize. I'm happy with that. It's fine. Boots and ovens. Hi, Chris. Oh,
Hello.
you know what? This is actually. I'm
Guten
really glad
Tag.
that you're here, Congo Chris.
Wie geht's?
Because Congo Chris has actually only come along to this channel, whatever, just because I was watching another stream, and then he actually subscribed
He's
to my
here
channel.
for the slurs.
No, he's not here for the slurs.
Sorry.
But actually, it would be cool if you can stick around. Look, it's a long show, but it would be cool if you could stick around, because you are also probably aware of what's happening with Ronaldo House. So that's basically why we're talking about the power of slurs. But yeah, I'm here for the slurs.
Let's go.
Okay. But for now, let's just start off before we start with the topics. PSA, for that being said, that we're all excited to speak about the slurs. Everybody is just so spicy about it. Very excited, I suppose. That is not an invitation to put them in the chat. They are probably blocked in any case, so don't try. They're also not welcome in my Discord, in our Discord. It's just not welcome in our conversation. So sorry for that. There are slurs for a reason. So because we're talking about them, that doesn't mean we're now going to go and use them. Okay?
It's promoting
Even
conversation.
Yeah, guys, even if there are ones that you use in your personal time, that's good for you. That's not what we're talking. When we are going to refer to them as something word, that word. That's the rules for this engagement. If you're not going to play nice, BMO's going to kick you out. he's the top mod. Okay, no, I'm kidding.
As I said, I give 0 fucks.
So yeah, we are for free speech. Yes, you can use them, but you know what? I'm also for cultivating a great community that isn't ugly to each other. Yes, I do call initially when I started streaming, I did call my closest viewers shit faces. That still is a thing. It's not a slur though. That's a term of endearment. But anyway, let's just once I've done that. No, shit faces was a role in my Discord. Did you? I'm sure you saw that.
It's still a role in the Discord.
Yeah, still a role. Kyle is a shit face. Everyone go and see who's a shift aces, basically. Anyway, that is not what we're talking about. Point is, rules of engagement have been discussed. Be good or get out. Okay. Then, well, basically, for the rest of the topics, obviously we've covered that we're going to do the slurs one. That will be the heaviest, and it will be the last bit we talk about. So you're going to have to stick around for it. Then, well, before we do that, we're going to do gaming things, which is focused around Nintendo. And then after that, we're going to do, remember, I have my post-it here for the true story, based on a true story discussion, in the context of Baby Reindeer. So we have something from Gray who will help us with that discussion, and then after that, we'll get onto the slurs. Cool. Everybody happy?
So happy.
Yeah.
I'm never happy.
Okay, so
Slurs.
let's get into
Hydra, can you name
Nintendo.
the half-
Okay, so we're jumping into this right away. Awesome. So
Yes.
first things, there was a Nintendo Direct, all right, and full context, I am a Gen Z boy, so I'm a youngin. Gross, he says. Okay, well, either way, I grew up on Nintendo. All right, that was one of the things that, like, anything that was considered appropriate in my home was, like, in terms of games, was Nintendo. Didn't have anything else. So when I noticed that some of my favorite game series were getting sequels, I was quite excited. So the first one that I wanted to talk about is actually one that's very close to my heart, because this was a game that I spent well over 1,000 hours trying to complete when I was really young. That is Mario and Luigi. They had Superstar Saga, which was on the Game Boy Advance, and they're coming out with a rather amazing looking Switch version of the game called Mario and Luigi Brothership. This is the only type of RPG, aside from one other type of RPG, that Mario and Luigi are in. And it's just a very fantastic way to play the game. I would show clips, but we would get flagged. I don't believe we wouldn't get flagged. But brother, that is
Nintendo is
very much looking forward. I'm very much looking forward to it. Let's see.
Is it a remake or a sequel?
It is a
Wait, so it's
sequel.
Okay.
So it's not the second in the series. It's just another entry into the series that has been kind of been stale for the last like 10 years. But now it looks like they're going back to its
throwback
roots
too. Yeah, like it kind of looks like Paper Mario meets like a little bit more 3D. It's interesting looking.
Imagine turn-based combat, but all of your combos and everything require like active inputs as you're playing. So A is Mario, B is Luigi, and you guys have to do combo attacks with Mario and Luigi as you're doing your attacks to get the most damage out of your combos, or just to do the combos in general.
I don't think I would enjoy that. There's
like
no
a more
button
advanced
button.
version. So a more advanced version of Super Mario RPG.
It goes further than Mario RPG in
That's
terms
what
of
I'm
what's
saying, yeah.
required. If you ever get the chance, even if you have to emulate it, like play Superstar Saga, it holds up today. It is fantastic. This is where you get like, oh, the Mario and Luigi using hammers for some reason. That it comes from this series.
Yeah, plumbers shouldn't really use hammers. I suppose they need them at some point, but anyway.
Plumbers definitely use concussive maintenance a lot.
I love it so much. How you can it's such a nice name. It's it's not global warming. It's climate change. It's not it's not a war thing. It's a Ministry of Defense. It's not slamming something so hard until it works. It's concussive maintenance. No.
Oh, that is true. Actually, Zero Fox in the original Super Mario games before they were adventure games, they used hammers. Also in Donkey Kong, Mario also used a hammer, I believe.
That just reminds me of Crash Bash. Did you guys ever play Crash Bash?
Yes, I did, but it was at a friend's house.
Yeah, friend's house.
The next game that I'm very excited for is Metroid Prime 4 or Metroid Prime Beyond. I am a big fan of Metroid as a series. That's who the character Samus comes from. She wears the cool suits. Woke, yeah. There's a whole bunch of people saying that she's the first transgender character in gaming, which is like wild to me.
So wait, hold on. I haven't mentioned BMO.
Say that again.
Wait, BMO?
Yes.
Who is the first?
There's
Samus.
a bunch of folks trying to say that Samus is the first
Ugh.
trans character in gaming.
It's revisionist history.
Of course it's revisionist history. The whole point of playing Metroid to begin with was you finish the game as fast as possible so you can see Samus at the end of the game in less clothing.
Based.
BRB, I'm just getting off, changing my connection.
Go for it. But that's like that's a thing that's been around for a while. That little trans allegory, blah blah blah. But yeah, Samus is awesome. She's got a great story. Metroid has a great overarching sci-fi story. The last game I played was Metroid Dread, which was absolutely fantastic. But Metroid Prime was where it took it into first person, and it worked so well as a first person game. This basically created an FPS standard, the way that it's designed. And people have been waiting for a long time for Metroid Prime 4 because Prime 3 left on a cliffhanger. And then you had to play the DS game, Metroid Prime Hunters, in order to get a little bit more of what was going on in the Prime universe. And then it left that on a cliffhanger. So now we're getting more. And I'm very excited about it because all of the lore that I've kept in the back of my head is finally relevant again.
What is the timeline for these things? We're getting them, but
2025 for most of them, I think.
Sounds about right. Some of them are coming out in the next 2 months.
So we can play them next year, is what you're saying.
Like Mario and Luigi Brothership is coming out in a couple months. If I saw that right.
And you're playing this on what? I'm just
Switch.
Yeah, someone is not a console peasant. It's like, what's that
What?
game thing?
She
you're
is the
playing
console
it
peasant.
on, okay?
I'm no longer a
PS5.
console peasant.
No, she has ascended into our superior
No,
race.
I've
the
literally got 2
PC
consoles right
master
here.
race.
I've got it all. Okay, got 2
Well,
consoles.
not a Switch apparently.
Yeah,
No,
not one
not
of
at
those,
all.
not the baby console, the tiny thing for children, Bimo.
No, if I got a handheld console, that's it. I'm done. My life's over. No. No.
What about
Okay,
a console
so
that
I think
doubles
we need
as
to
a
get it for
handheld?
her.
No.
You
No.
get it for her.
I will never speak to you guys again.
All right, guys, this is what you super chat for. This is
Yeah.
You got to make $400 worth of super chats.
my super chats got me, or they were on Twitch. My donations on Twitch got me my PlayStation. So
Ooh.
that already had effects on my life. So stop. None of that. We're good. I've got enough consoles, and I've got a beautiful PC that I still have not put to good use.
That's all right. We can play Monster Hunter on that one.
So excited for Monster Hunter. Okay, so these are exciting. It seems like what else?
Those are the 2 major Nintendo games that I was really excited for, other than there's a new Zelda game coming out.
Yeah.
That I'm actually excited for. Because it's switching the narrative, which is now Link has been captured instead of Zelda.
I have a question. If you go in the memes, have you seen the memes folder, the memes section lately?
I have not, but I'll look right now.
Let me just show you. I'll show you something here. Okay, well, I have to zoom in. Whoa, this is not helping. Zelda doesn't have a sword, but she does have the ability to make tables.
Yes.
This is hella sexist out of context. Her
How?
powers are setting tables, making beds, and making others fight her battles for her. I think she may be hella sexist, even in context. So now this is what's happening: is people are trying to say it's work, but then real Zelda fans are like, "Yay!" And so this is the
That
plot
is
of things.
hilarious.
Zelda games released. Leftoids celebrated as a new woke game and victory in the culture war. Realizes the chuds like it too. Immediately pull 180 and consider it a chud game that upholds.
I love it so much. It's just the ultimate showcase of dumbass collectivist ideologies that are like, it's our side that won this battle of the culture war, comrade. Look at our ideology in this game. And then the other side claims victory at the same time, like, oh, fuck, no. It must be for that. No, it's bad. The others are evil,
Oh, of course.
Immediately just 180 just for such a stupid reason as just fuck with someone else. It is so bad.
They make Zelda. So this is the thing. That is it. This is the culture war occurring honest.
I actually want to address this because you want to be really careful about this because a bunch of people are currently making jokes out of these things, going like they made it woke, and I've seen a lot of people doing that on purpose, going like a sarcastic joke that some people that follow them are in on, but then a bunch of people are screenshotting it saying this is proof of these guys being happy that it went woke.
So what's the name? Forful has misled us, maybe.
Or maybe
Forful got.
So I have seen some people actually trying to argue that it is woke and that it's trash because woman, which is weird to me. That's not point, what that means. Yeah. Like that there is this very specific definition for what a wokeness is, and it requires a lot of explanation because it's all linked to other literature.
That doesn't sound specific.
It's not, but you have to have the context behind it.
We need something simple to smear people I don't like with.
But yeah, Echoes of Wisdom is what it's called, and Zelda is the main character in it. And as we were just talking about, she's able to copy things. Tables, enemies, even, and I find there's just some inherent humor to me where it's like Link uses a sword. Well, Zelda will copy a boulder and throw it at you. Like there's a level of viscerality there that I really appreciate. Also, I love the Link to the Past type of Zelda games, so it takes me back to the roots because I'm really tired of the Breath of the Wild style games. As I've said in the last Thinkers that I got lambasted for, I do not really like open world games that much. Usually, I don't. Because it's boring. That's why.
Okay, careful with that. It's okay to not like open world games, but
it's okay to like stuff.
Yeah.
It's okay to not like open world games, but it's not okay to not like Skyrim. Got it.
No. Well, first of all, yes, but also you just don't mix the. I personally don't like it because I find it boring. With the open world games are boring and therefore are not good. So people always want to. This is a root of so many online misunderstandings.
I can get into a super in-depth discussion about why I don't like Skyrim, but it's not. Yeah, that is besides it being open world. But we're on Nintendo right now. It's Nintendo.
That's why Charles
an objective critique is all I'm saying.
I can give you an objective critique, but we can have that in a different.
No, I'm not saying you couldn't. What I wanted to say is that I've seen so many people on the internet go toe to toe and get into a fucking life or death, no rules, kickboxing world championship with chainsaws in hand over shit when they could have just said, in my opinion, or I personally, instead of it being objectively the case, and then all of this wouldn't have happened.
That's what I said last thing. I said I don't like these things, but whatever.
But you shit on Skyrim, and you're no one is allowed to do that. It's the special cow. It's the sacred cow.
Yeah, I understand. But outside of Skyrim, I'm happy for the new games coming out. I really enjoyed it, but also there's no Silk Song, which is one thing that's really funny to me because I'm a fan of Hollow Knight, and the sequel should be coming out at some point. And every time that there's a games announcement, people always go into, oh, it should be announced, and then it's not announced. So I've seen so many memes of the Silk Song character just sitting at a TV going, "It'll be this time, right? It'll be this time, right?" My opinion of linear-esque open world RPGs like Dragon Age, I do not enjoy Dragon Age. I tried playing Dragon Age, specifically Inquisition was the first one I started with because I didn't have the others, and I did not like it. But it wasn't because of its open worldness, it was because of its gameplay.
Yeah, the mechanics for me was not... But what was yours about the gameplay?
The gameplay, it probably was due to my friend saying turn-based mode is the best way to play this.
Okay, so you went
but I tried a bunch of different modes. I have the game even. I could give it another try, but it's like I was really burned by like the first 5 hours I played in that game. Though the characters were interesting.
I played that long. I didn't play that long. I knew that it would take a lot to get used to, and then I don't know. Then I got Destiny or something. So.
And Gray is completely right that side scroller games and run and gun games are where it's at. I'm a big Mega Man fan, and that's run and gun side scroller right there.
Oh, so you enjoyed the Mega Man? What's the name? Skin in what's the name? What do you call it?
What are you talking about?
Okay, never mind. You win. I
win.
In Iceborne.
Oh, okay. Keep in mind, I'm like a quarter of the way through Iceborne for the first time, so I don't have the Mega Man skin yet.
Oh, that's also what was so cool about the events in Iceborne is that there would be a release like that, and everybody's talking about it, and everybody's getting the skin. But the way that you get the skin is not by rolling a box or whatever kind of microtransaction thing that we could yell about again. But you actually go and do a certain quest that's released. It's like DLC. In which case, Sagu, Elden Ring DLC.
I was about to bring that up. Yeah, I'm super excited to that. I'm actually going through Elden Ring again so that I can get a fully leveled up character for when I can afford the DLC. Because I really want to play it. And I'm realizing just how many things are in that game that trick you into using them that you don't need to use. Like the dodge roll in that game, kind of useless in a lot of ways, especially when you could just jump. Have you noticed that, Hydra? I know that you played
I will
it.
not have this slander happen in my presence, okay?
You and I play completely differently too, so it's okay.
Yeah, I know, but it's completely useless. I wouldn't have finished the game if it was completely useless. But you can.
Well, it's not completely useless. I'm being a little hyperbolic, but
it's an all or nothing way to play. Okay.
Well, the thing is when you heavy roll like me, who's going like.
Okay,
max
that's
equip load, everything like that.
Heavy roll. I heard
indeed
heavy roll. I pass
game.
judgment. That's it.
Look, how does that work?
How does that work? I'll be happy to explain if you want. Because yes, it is an open world game, but the way that it functions is like every other Dark Souls game, so it doesn't feel open world to me.
Okay, so
there's no task list of things to do. It's you must go discover it yourself. And I think that you're given a bunch of tasks and then a compass taking you directly to where you need to go. That makes me not like open world games as much. If there were always when I'm playing a game like that, like let's say I'm playing Far Cry. I've played Far Cry before, and that's relatively open world in the newer versions. I'll try to remove as much like, here's the little tasks you need to do. Here's your compass to know where to go. I'll try to remove as much of that as possible so that I can get an organic experience of trying to discover it myself, if that makes sense.
Okay. That's actually more, it sounds like that's more open world enjoyment. You you want it to be really open world, actually.
There's definitely a line because I don't like Minecraft for the same reason.
Okay. So you need to have some sort of end.
A little bit of a goal, but let me discover most of it.
I guess you could. Yeah, it's technically not like. My mind immediately goes to it's not that you could say it's not really open world in Elden Ring because there are the areas with different difficulties and one leads to another and you can only really choose between one or two places to generally go. But then it is open world because the areas are really big and expansive and you can go wherever. But then it is not because they're clearly placed after each other like train sections. So you could argue it's a semi-open world where there is level 1, level 2, level 3.
There's definitely a wall.
But you can go from level 2 to level 4. But if you go too far ahead, it will smash you in the face. And each level is very open and expansive. So technically it does fit that definition of it's still levels. It's just the levels are fucking massive.
So it's a Metroidvania.
No, the backtracking is bad.
Okay.
I actually also love Metroidvanias.
So what is your definition of open world? The chat demands this.
The chat wants my definition of open world.
Mm-hmm.
I feel like it kind of describes itself, but now that I really think about it, it doesn't describe anything.
Yeah.
Yes, guys, we need to get Charles some sort of stimulating chair or something that will help his butt.
Stimulating.
Oh, no, a
chair,
Stimulating chair is why I'm hurting.
Oh no! Would you say that your butt hurt?
Yes,
Yeah,
that's exactly what I said, actually.
So would I divine? See, now I'm thinking about it. So, an open world game to me open world means you have a very large, expansive world. So incredibly large. Usually it's 3D, but there are examples of open world 2D games as well. But I'll use 3D as the main example here. And there's a lot of distance between objectives, and hopefully there's a lot of stuff in between that is interesting enough for you to maybe get distracted, and you could spend hours and hours and hours not doing the main objective and still having a good time. My problem with most open world games, I'll use Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom as an example. In between objectives, the world feels kind of empty except for a couple puzzles. Other games like The Forest feels kind of empty except for a couple puzzles or even some stuff that you can gather along the way. This is part of what bores me about those games. This is my same critique on Skyrim, which has a much smaller world than a lot of the open world games today. But
very small, yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. But there is a lot to do.
Too.
There is honestly a whole lot to do in between objectives in Skyrim. But I still have the same problem.
Even
of
this doesn't
bored
satisfy you. I know.
It does not.
So it seems like it actually depends on the game, not actually the format of open world.
Well, like, I guess for me, game mechanics are less satisfying in open world games for me usually. Because if I was to bring up my favorite types of games, it's games that give you options upon options upon options on how to play the game in terms of like moves, combos, things like that. I'll use Devil May Cry or Bayonetta as an example. Those are the games that I love the most. I will spend the most hours in games where pretty much you're given an entire toolkit and how you put it together is what makes it special. Open world games usually do not have this for me.
So it sounds like you just have a severe case of ADD.
I mean, I do,
and
but
you need constant interaction.
You were saying, Dorkus?
You have a Gen Z TikTok brain.
Maybe. Dorkus, you were saying?
Ooh, no, who does that? Sorry.
What's a postcast?
Piece of shit cast. Like this one. Yay! We're a postcast.
Bimo, if I may interject my issues with open world games. I say issues. I don't, generally speaking, have a problem with open world games. But if I were to select two issues to have with them, one would be my own analysis paralysis. Too many options. It's like, what do I do? The other issue that I tend to have with open world games is frequently your main storyline. Oh my God, the world's ending. But I want to explore this random cave over here and take my time and do this.
It's the dissonance.
Quest. Yeah.
Time factor dissonance.
The sense of urgency is gone.
And then you try to figure out what is an actual timed quest, and there is like a hint of like, do this in time or else the house is going to burn down. But then you think, you said that about the main quest and that wasn't really timed. Is this actually timed? And then it was actually timed, but there is no clear time. And then you lock yourself out of something, and then there is another quest that's like, oh my God, urgent. But then there is a side quest connecting to it. And if you do that before, it gets more interesting. But now you do that instead because you thought it was timed, but it wasn't. So
So that's your choice to do that. If the world's ending and you decide to save the
Congo,
neighbor's
Chris.
cat, like that's
Well, I have fishing to do. I don't care if the world is ending. I need to address Congo Chris in there because I love Monster Hunter World, but there's a reason why I will put it underneath Monster Hunter Rise. And it's because of the amount of time and missions you spend.
Yeah.
I don't want to spend an entire hour doing a mission, which is constantly what happens.
Then you're never gonna play with me because
I will 100% play with friends because that's what makes like playing with friends in Monster Hunter is what makes a lot of it really tolerable. But I also love those games on their own. I like Monster Hunter Rise / Sunbreak mainly because of the mechanics that you can do. The amount of gameplay options that you have in that game are more than Monster Hunter World. I love it for that, just in terms of what the hunter can do. A lot of people don't like it for that reason. It's also more arcadey. You can jump in. You don't need to worry about discovering the monster because it's already on your map. Which, how is that monster hunting at that point? But you can always see it on the map, which kind of defeats the purpose.
It's monster killing. It's monster killing, not monster hunting. Yeah.
Monster murderer.
Monster murderer. Yeah.
But it's part of the reason why I enjoy Monster Hunter Rise / Sunbreak more than World because of I can just get in, play a mission, get out. It feels more satisfying to me. Or I can just beat my head up against a guy until I quit, which does happen sometimes. But
yeah. Oh my gosh, there is an act. I need to go and spend some time because when I go back into gaming, I'll spend some time looking at my old clips. There is the one where Leshen. Hold on, I just want to finish this.
Got that. Okay.
So with Leshen crossover. So what they did is they put the Leshy in Monster Hunter World. Those sort of crossovers were also so much fun.
Charles, what are you saying in the chat?
There's a clip.
I'm
keeping
myself
of me.
occupied.
Wow.
He's
playing with himself.
He's playing. You know what? Okay.
Anyways,
see, Gray heard it.
I've lost steam. It's fine. Yes, that's true.
Yeah, the
Leshen been cashed in. It's been cashed in by Cameron. The IOU has been cashed in. The loophole was actually noticed because I said it's an IOU, but that doesn't. And I did say it can be cashed. I said it can be cashed in for a stream, and I said so, but nobody did it until this week. Cameron said he's cashing it in. So I have to find some time on the weekend to do. Basically, I have to do a gaming stream this weekend sometime.
Oh, cool.
I've got a busy Saturday, so I won't be able to do that. But maybe Sunday. It will happen.
Awesome.
Anyway, yeah. So
needless to say, I'm excited for Elden Ring's DLC. I'm quite excited
Hydra?
for it.
Ooh, yes, me too.
Okay, so when does this come out, guys? Tell us about this.
Didn't it come out today?
Yeah, that's what I'm seeing. I'm seeing it everywhere, and then also Dr. Disrespect doing pre-streams and things like that.
I'm pretty sure it's either coming out tomorrow or it came out today.
Yeah, I'll definitely. I'm still not finished with my Hollow Knight playthrough in the Discord, but I will suspend
the 21st, so tomorrow.
And yeah, I will suspend that when Elden Ring comes out to finish the DLC first because I've been waiting for that forever, and I'll be streaming that too in the Discord. So anybody who wants to watch me play Elden Ring live, there will be an event, and you'll be able to join in on the Discord, and we'll be continuing right where I left off with my original character, with whom we killed every single boss in the Lands Between, and we did all of the stuff that one ending path allowed us to do, and we picked up every last item in the whole game, explored all of the regions. So I'm a bit worried that my character will be over-leveled for the DLC, but allegedly that's not going to be an issue. Apparently, yeah, it's not going to be an issue. So I'm very much looking forward to it. And if anyone wants to watch me play, I heard people are impressed, so definitely join on the Discord. And you'll be able to see the that character. And also I have to do a complete build redo because I play through all of Elden Ring with the release version, the 1.0
Yes.
version.
And he's using the stupidest combo that was in the release version.
Not for the whole game. I've changed setups numerous times throughout the whole game, but I did play through with
Moonveil,
decks and not miracles. What are they called? Incantations now. With the decks and incantation build, not Moonveil. For part of the game, I use Moonveil, but then I used other stuff as well. Decks, weapons, katanas mainly. So that will be that. And after I'm done with that, we'll quickly finish up with Hollow Knight as well, because I have a feeling that we are very close to the end there. So we'll do Elden Ring DLC first. You can watch that in the Discord. Then I'll finish up with Hollow Knight. And then there will be a brand new secret game that I will be playing that I've received requests for. And you'll be able to find that out later, what it is.
It's Nekopara.
It's no, but it's a surprise. It's a surprise.
Doki Doki Literature Club.
Let's go. I would pay to watch.
Surprise, guys! We're gonna play it right now on stream. Let's go. We're gonna do all the voices. I had too much fun watching PewDiePie.
Hydra likes to play multiplayer against himself. No, I don't. I don't like.
Also,
personally, I'm not multiplayer games. I'm not really. I think personally, only a very few of them. I don't know. I'm probably because I like to mod, and you can't really do that in multiplayer games. But yeah, that's my plans for the future. So, with that out of the way,
yeah. Anything else more with the gaming stuff? We have about 15 minutes still to go. We can. If anyone else has
I've been playing a lot of Helldivers, and I have thoughts on that.
Okay, you hadn't gone. Okay, Bimo will do Helldivers, and then Foxrew, what are you gonna talk about?
He can talk about his first. I've been talking to him for a while.
Okay.
Part of what's been announced this year, I don't know. Let me look up the release date, but it's Lego version of Horizon Zero Dawn.
What?
Lego games.
Yeah.
Is it going to cost $300?
I don't think so. It's okay. So it's supposed to come out fourth quarter this year. But
is it true?
Here.
Also, Charles, yes, that is true.
Blumhouse, it's true.
Yeah, Blumhouse, the game company.
I think I even I think I've got
He looks so distressed.
He loves what they've done to movies.
Where is it? Okay, I've got the horrible.
But so Lego Horizon Zero Dawn.
Here.
Like it. Oh my gosh, it's real.
Yes.
Oh God! Is this what people have been crying out for? Is this what the market wants? Is this what
is
the
there Lego? Wait, hold on,
for?
Congo. Is there
Lego
is there
Fallout 4?
Come on, let's go.
I'm here.
Can't you create us one? Just mod it. Just mod some textures up and make it Lego.
Oh,
but I guess
you don't even
making
need
it
to
Lego
mod.
is
You just
one
need
part.
to
Lego
punch holes in your
Why
graphics
is
driver,
the
and you will
robot
have
from
Lego
Wall-E here?
Fallout 4 anyway.
That's a good question.
Did you see that?
I did.
Oh, that's this thing right here is the PlayStation VR mascot.
That's the girl robot from Wall-E, Eve.
Yeah, it's kind of, yeah.
Eve
Yeah,
didn't have legs.
people did make fun of that when it came out. It's the little, you can play the robot game when you first got the new controller. It introduces you things that you can use. The new DualShock with the
Wall-E
haptic feedback and stuff. Yeah, so it seems like they copied it. It's very cute.
Oh, it's not. It's not.
It's not exactly. It's not Wall-E, but you like. Oh, it looks like they just. Yeah.
So I have some questions about that game though, like about the Horizon. So are they just going to go through the exact story beats of the game, or are they going to play it for major comedy?
I said it Horizon Zero Dawn, but it is going to be a new adventure.
Interesting. Okay, so they'll just do like Aloy and doing a bunch of weird things with robot dinosaurs. I'm okay with that. The setting
they'll
for
mix it up.
Horizon is really good, actually. It's just the story was not what I liked out of it. Guessing Charles is mad about Blumhouse. Oh, what made you figure?
Facts.
But Horizon has a good setting, so I'm definitely not opposed to a Lego version of it.
A question about Lego version of games. So like you one of your questions was that does it do story beats or whatever with the Lego game? What does it mean when something becomes a Lego game? Do they have certain
It becomes
mechanics
funnier.
in it? Okay, is it just your game but Lego?
Well, it's supposed to. Sometimes it doesn't work that day because they fuck it up. But the ideal is that it's gonna become a parody. Yeah.
Okay, so
Yeah.
like if it was Skyrim, Lego Skyrim, I don't think that exists. Why that should exist?
It will be like, hey, shouting, whatever. You know, it's gonna be comical about all of the things. It's gonna do all of the memes.
Yeah.
Like,
Have you ever played the Lego Star Wars games, Kitty?
No, I haven't played.
Oh
any
my
Lego.
gosh!
And
Like-
it's been.
Otherwise, she wouldn't have
what
asked
do you
this
call it?
question. Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Because I just want to know if there's like when you do a Lego game, if it's because there's certain things in
They like to
Lego
do
games that I
comedy,
Yes,
and
comedy,
but it also is
exaggeration.
cool.
Do they all have double player, multiplayer?
Yeah, it's
where you
always
can
co-op.
vote? You can choose.
Local-
Always co-op.
local co-op.
That's why
yeah.
I was. That's what I was told. Why I was told to play a Lego game because I liked Little Big Planet or something like that. That was my favorite thing, and they were
Oh,
like,
that
"No,
is
Ah.
cool.
Sackboy.
So yeah, it would be even because it's so funny. Get a husband and wife to play Little Big Planet.
And they'll get divorced.
Yeah,
You could play. You could play the Lego games with Allie.
yeah. That's we could. Is there a Harry? I'm sure there's a Harry Potter one. Here.
There is a Harry
is.
Potter one.
Yeah, she loves Harry Potter. We could
Lego Lord of the Rings, Lego Harry Potter, Lego Fortnite.
Oh,
Lego Marvel.
Even though like the newer games aren't nearly as interesting to me because they decided to voice people. It used to be like grunting and that's it. This is why the Lego Star Wars trilogy is on Steam. And I highly recommend buying it. It's like $30. I would highly recommend it, Kitty, because it's a lot of fun.
Not too much to play, man. That's another thing. If gaming had to pause now, I would still be busy for the next however long. It's just up. No.
See you later, Item.
Bye, Item.
Lego Batman. I forgot. I played that
Yes.
so much on the Nintendo DS.
Is that voiced? Does it have? Do you have a voiced?
It's
a
not
Batman
voiced.
grunt?
It's just grunts.
But is the oh we got Lego
soundtrack
Lego
is awesome on that.
Dorkus. He caught the Lego disease. Look at him.
He's bricked up.
Oh man, I just want to I actually just want to play with Lego, actual Lego now. I don't want to actually play Lego games. I want to play with Lego.
I mean, have we all seen the Lego Batman movie?
No.
Yes.
Oh, that is a
So that's
very
the
good
tone
movie.
that you get in the game, I suppose. You get that tone. Where it's just
Yes.
like, it's a Lego, and you're like, hey, but it's Lego.
Minus the gay undertones. Like it's very much like the humor is similar.
Oh, okay. He caught leg. No.
Legades.
This is sorry, just bringing this up just while we're here. We've got time for it. So I'm going to show Romeo's tweet here about Eyes Out. Sleep Awake is a first-person psychedelic horror game set in the far future. The debut titles from Eyes Out will be among the first titles released by publisher Blumhouse Games. Shall we watch? 6
Absolutely.
seconds.
Yeah, let's get more.
I must not sleep. I cannot sleep.
That's it?
Awesome. Blumhouse, ladies and gentlemen.
I mean, it kind of fits their mold.
It does.
You know, like
It
it,
really
vaguely
does.
rips off other horror content. I get it.
If that was the entire game summed up in 6 seconds, it's absolutely
Stay
the
awake.
Blumhouse model.
Stay awake. Stay awake. What is the Blumhouse model? Please enlighten me.
give you the entire story in 2-minute trailer bursts. He literally made a point to say he wants to put third act stuff in the trailer because people won't go if they don't know what the ending is, which I don't know how that human being came to that conclusion.
And it's not. I don't like that. Ugh.
Thank you. They won't go if they don't know what the ending is. Oh, I'm sorry. What?
No, that's not how that works. Yes, please.
I won't go regardless.
I love how Kitty is just like, no, that's not how it works, Sonny. I love the justice statement of like, no, that's universally no.
No,
they're doing
spoiler
pretty
ending.
good. They're pretty successful based off of how much they're putting into those movies that they buy up.
Every fifth or sixth time they strike it, Rich.
Yeah. So it seems to be working, whether or not it's a good tactic.
I just know I don't like it. I'm like, well, I guess what's the point if I know the ending? It's
how you get there.
Reading the blurb of a book and being like, oh, that happened. Okay.
Oh, it's
now I'll read the book.
But it's the journey, not the destination.
There is like I'm okay with certain kinds of spoilers and whatever, but that's too bad. That's not.
Don't you like those movies where it says this is a story about how I died?
I bet you're wondering how I got here.
That's okay. That's
exactly.
Okay. You're probably wondering how I got here.
Okay.
It can work, but yeah, it seems like a trope.
Lineup reveal.
I'll line you up. Face the wall.
Don't.
Don't.
Stigmata.
Dark times await us. Vengeance will take shape.
Nice.
That's a tone shift if I've ever seen one.
A little bit.
Oh, great.
From Project Garbage. Did you see that?
It's perfect garbage, not project.
Perfect garbage. No. Okay.
I must not sleep.
Must not sleep. I can't
I am
sleep.
terrified to sleep. And I am scared to death to stay awake.
Don't worry, Viv. If any ghosts actually show up, I'll protect you.
Amy?
Cozy game pals.
No
Sounds
matter
like
what,
AI design.
just go home, Viv. Amy!
The local police department asked me to help with a case. Why would they?
Hey, Lucy,
That didn't help explain a lot of it. It was just slightly longer.
Some developer mode.
No, this is all the different games that are like going to be published here.
Yeah, I'm really excited for
sure.
the new lineup coming from 3DO.
Yeah, the graphics are kind of throwback. So I'm assuming Blumhouse is doing its kind of model as well. They're not actually like doing their own game development studio. They're just buying these games.
They're just publishing,
distributing. Yeah, I mean, it might work. I don't know.
They're like, oh,
War games seem like the way to go.
game, right?
Little budge.
Yeah.
Well, they got a
so
bunch
they
of them coming out. Varying qualities, it looks like.
It looks like the
Yeah,
Blumhouse model.
But they're trying to be like, look, it's indie, so you can support it, but also not indie. Yeah.
Yeah, they've got 10 $1 products, and if one of them hits, they're fine.
It's technically AA, not indie.
Okay.
AA, really?
You could have surprised me with a few of those.
So there's Perfect Garbage. These are the indie game studios. Cozy Game Pals, Eyes Out, Half Mermaid, Perfect
Get it?
Garbage, Play Me
Studio.
Play Me Studio, Vermilla. Okay.
All I'm saying is Perfect Garbage is a wonderful name for a company. I love that their name is that. I hope they make actually good garbage games.
Yeah.
Oh, Lucy, haven't you seen Grey's Jar Talk?
Have you seen Grey's Anatomy?
Right.
Hey.
There you go.
Necessarily anatomical, but yeah, you know, I upgraded my jar.
Gray, why don't you have a breakfast treat?
Oh, okay. Yeah, I think I got a Pop-Tart laying around somewhere.
Guys, stop it with the Pop-Tarts.
Come on.
When are you going to make a
one
Pop-Tart,
choosing
Kitty?
not to get it?
There's time for
You're the
snack.
one choosing not to get them.
Because I kind of wanted to remain a mystery until I go to America one day.
Oh, it's not
All
worth
right, all
traveling all that way to.
I want to be
okay.
for the Pop-Tart, but it'll be like
I'm going to
It will be on her list, okay? I'm in America. This is my bucket list of what I want to try out.
I'm going to look in my mind, look into the future, and you're going to visit America, and you're going to Pop-Tarts. I've looked so much forward to these, and it's the strawberry one. You're going to take it, and you're going to look so sad and say, "Is America like this everywhere?"
Yes, basically.
Says the guy.
Processed food. It's not great.
Says the Gen Z TikToker who can't hold his attention
Oh
span
wow!
long enough
Okay,
to,
we immediately
like an open world game.
on TikTok?
From short
I do not have a
attention
TikTok.
span and controversial opinions that's going to, it's probably because you're Gen Z, fuck you. From there going to, you're a Gen Z TikToker. Right?
You tell him, Hydra. You tell him.
The slander has
he has a
evolved
point,
to
though.
next level of bullshit.
You're not that.
Yes, totally boil down everything I said about open world games to me not being able to pay attention. Yeah, that's fantastic. Totally good faith, 100%.
Yep.
What's his skinny legend?
Famous ADHD
Because I haven't eaten
TikToker
it.
and Gen Z activist BMO.
Yes, I'm a generation realist.
Don't yawn in front of me.
What
I'll
does it
yawn
even
back.
mean?
Yeah, what is it?
Don't ask what it means, because if you don't know, it proves that you're not in my generation.
There's
Oh,
not
I
a great
guess.
connotation with it.
Okay.
Look at these Zoomers covering for each other. They support each other. Yeah.
Yeah.
BMO identifies as a Midwesterner, specifically from the state of Ohio.
What?
Yeah.
Depending on who you ask, I've never once lived in the Midwest. So, because the state that I lived in the Midwest doesn't count as Midwest, apparently.
Okay.
He's not a real Midwesterner.
You're not a real Midwesterner. Technically, I'm just Pacific Northwest boy.
Wow. So you were stealing Midwesterner. Wow.
I'm
genius, sir.
polite.
That's why I was
I'm
asking you
polite
what
like a
did you-
Midwesterner.
Wow.
You're
Stolen
west of
valor,
me.
sir. That's unacceptable.
There's a badge that's needed.
You
What
have
for
to
being
go
a
through
Gen Z?
special Midwesterner training.
Oh.
Yeah. You can't
What
claim
would be a
flyover
waste-
if you're on the coast, man.
I live in a flyover state. I don't know about that. You literally cannot fly here. You have to fly to the state next to me.
That's pretty Midwest.
You have to fly to the state. You can't fly there? Wow. Okay.
You like where I live, you literally cannot fly to where I live.
Well, people don't have airports at their houses. That's silly.
Thank you.
Why are you talking about Ohio? Romeo's crying. What you making?
It's because Ohio is the infection that is
It's a
Romeo.
cursed place. We don't talk about it.
okay,
Okay,
okay.
it's where darkness
have-
festers.
Seeing as we're talking
It's
about
Mordor. IRL Mordor.
Why-
That's Ohio. It's where the
Why
wandering
is
is.
It's
Kansas-
Caleb.
why is Kansas City not the capital of Kansas? I
Because
mean,
it's-
answers.
It's in Kansas and Missouri.
Then why is
I
it
don't
called
know.
Kansas City? Dumbass. Americans
No,
again. Americans are added
No.
Instead of just calling it Kansas, Missouri City or Minsk, Kansas, or whatever. Instead of just doing a blending of the names or coming up with a third fucking name, they're like, this thing that clearly belongs to two separate entities, let's name it after just one of them. And then not even make it important to that one. Congratulations.
Well, you did get an answer though, Congo. That's all you wanted is an answer.
That is the answer. The answer is stupid, Congo. But
The
it's
answer is
there.
that everyone in the Midwest is drunk. Okay.
We want to keep you guessing.
Why does it matter?
That's why when they draw the
How does one
borders,
say
it's
this?
wonky.
How does one say this?
Ohio does not have that gyat.
Oh, it hurts. It
Yep.
hurts. Yeah.
Gyat.
Oh. Yeah. Okay.
Yacht to the Rizzler.
What?
Please stop.
I don't know.
No.
That's one version.
God, no.
It's part of his Gen
it's
Z
the
TikTok
new-
thing. Don't worry about it.
Yeah.
You don't understand. Oh my gosh, Beam, Ohio.
Zoomed confirmed.
Hey,
Zoomer.
I'm
yes.
Beam, Ohio. Hello.
Guys,
My favorite thing
That was
about
quick.
my favorite thing about all of those is that, like, so Dorkus has been making me eat in certain states, and every single time the hair is wildly different. Can you show the other one, the other one where you? I don't want to spoil it before you put it on there, but it's my favorite one.
Which one's your favorite one?
There's 3 beamers.
The one
on
that's further
Snapchat.
south.
I don't know geography.
Oh my gosh, the hat of Texas.
Oh no.
I don't know geography.
No, even I know what that
Beam,
is. Come
Oregon?
on, I'm European and I know what he's talking about. Please.
Beam,
Beam,
Oklahoma.
Montana?
What?
The knife.
I mean, you're still illustrating the hair things. So
I mean, yeah, that-
Oklahoma?
Yes, Beam, Oklahoma. I almost moved to Oklahoma at one point, so it would have been even more apt. Look at that hair. I love it.
it had to deal with that panhandle thingy.
Look, okay,
His hat
don't
has
judge
an
my
ample
skull.
hat.
Unlike you plebs, I don't need a hat. Okay, I can walk around and have shade at any time.
Shots fired.
What are you showing us here, Foxrew? Whoa! Bimo, from what's her name?
Oh,
Foxrew, I don't know if you're muted.
you're not
Talk.
affiliated with me.
Hey, yo, BMO. New preschool
Nah.
television show coming.
I'm
based off of-
eventually gonna have a branding issue.
Yeah.
I'm like, eventually it's gonna happen.
That's not what when I hear CBMO, I don't think of this. So
You don't think of
Just add an
Adventure
E
Time
to the
like
end of it,
almost
you're
everyone
good.
else?
no, I don't. I
Adventure
haven't
Time.
watched Adventure Time.
Come on, grab your friends.
See, this is why my tag on Twitter is Bimo Do Art, and that's what I've been using. Because
What? Yeah.
oh yeah, that was a thing.
But there's a conspiracy, so who knows?
Conspiracy.
Yeah, that's what he claimed.
Enjoy never seeing your kid again.
All I'm
Enjoy it.
saying is the person that's being accused saying there's a conspiracy doesn't really make it believable. But whatever.
We don't know.
We don't know.
It hasn't seen its day in court yet. The facts
Exactly.
will come to light. All we're seeing is a leaked document and his response to it.
Oh,
Okay,
that's
his
it.
response
Okay.
was,
Because to be frank, I have not been keeping up with the situation because I frankly do not care about Ricada.
Drama.
It's a sad
llama.
situation, man. He kind of invented LawTib, or at least got it really cooking. I don't know. It's a weird.
I used
downfall see.
to follow him. I watched his streams until he moved to Rumble, and I was like, no, thank you, I'm good.
Oh, that's where the
Yeah.
rabbitness happened.
But I
More
also
like
was like,
Rumble, am I right?
he's very much an opinionated law tuber that thinks he's right about a lot of things. And then I went and looked at the case laws that he's talking about and saw that he was mixing up facts or purposely getting them wrong. So I was like, that kind of spurned me on him.
Yeah, but it comes with the territory. Like every lawyer thinks they're right. Like,
Of course.
I don't know, man. It's
I think they need to do that. Yeah.
yeah, and that's why it's kind of strange when we have jury trials. It's not necessarily based on like, yeah, this is what the law says. It's kind of who convinced
No,
them.
it's about
Yeah.
reasonable doubt.
I
Plus you
mean,
have to be
well, not
hot.
only that, but it's one of the messiest things about the law is that it's what more or less what you can get away with. Because a good example of this is the what is it called? The Rittenhouse trial, and how that case was run like with very little rules being actually paid attention to. They on both sides, they were doing things that really should not have been done, as far as the way that courts are supposed to work. But It's because that's how I say how it's supposed to work, but that's just in theory. Because
What do you mean?
do run based off of the way that the judge wants to run them and the way that things can that's the way that the law works, essentially. What you can get away with. It's really bizarre.
Sure, but there are definitely like rules that need to be held up, otherwise you can get, ousted on appeal. So what the judge says doesn't ultimately matter.
I 100% agree. But I just mean that it's not like a mathematical system based off of rules and absolutes.
No, it's about convincing someone.
Yeah, we can actually have a think on whether we should have juries or not. You should have.
I think we should.
We don't have them. Jury ain't always the best way. Yeah. Okay, so let's get into our next topic, guys. If everyone
Yes, that could be a segue of sorts if we're going into the
segue. Okay.
Well, we're going into the true story thing. Yeah, because I'm sure you've all heard about it, but apparently this could be like the biggest case, and it could forever kind of rule how true stories are dealt with going forward.
What is this? I'm not educated on this.
You will be, sir. So currently it's a $170 million case where a woman is suing Netflix for a number of charges. But yeah, it's kind of interesting. So I went through a whole bunch of videos. I tried to stick to just the relevant points and try and give kind of an intro into it. But yeah, it's going to be, I don't know. It ended up being longer than I would have liked it to be. It's like 15 minutes.
That's okay.
We could always double speed it.
We're going to be up forever. No, let's go.
Yeah, it's going to take longer than I wanted it to. But
hey, pause it.
Stalling while I'm looking for it. Oh yeah, please talk.
I need to go to the loo. So
who's the loo?
Deal?
The Lou C. Lemon Bud.
There we go.
There you go. Yeah, we can hold the floor while we wait for you. It's fine. Or we could keep going. Up to you, Kitty.
Hold on.
Oh,
it's supposed to go like this.
Hold the floor.
So how about that weather today?
I can hear you guys. I'll see how I'll be able to
make sure to mute.
You're doing.
There was a comment last week that accused, I don't know, me, of avoiding the group I was associated with last time.
I was going to respond to that, and then I saw that you had, and it's like, I mean, I don't know if I have a ton more to say that, but that is shitty that you still have to deal with those charges, and especially since, I don't know, me and Patrick went after you guys so hard and focused quite a bit of it on you. So sorry we brought that to you, but
no, I don't feel like I avoid it, or we.
No, not at all.
That's where I was just kind of shocked.
Wait a minute, someone was accusing you of like running away.
Or we don't bring them up ever.
Yeah.
Why do we? No, because we don't want to be about them.
Yeah, it's irrelevant.
Yeah.
Like I didn't.
No, you must talk about your old previous connections at every single time. They must live in your head rent free at every moment.
Nope.
And continuously make everything about them, or else you're a coward and a bad person.
But I mean, think of how many hours we've done this show. Like, it's not like they've watched everything, so they probably just haven't seen it when we've addressed it. But I feel like we have beaten that pretty close to death. But yeah, I'm sure they just didn't see it.
Yeah.
But fair enough. I can see how somebody would have questions. You were, on their side, and then you just kind of disappeared. And if they're not really following, it's like, wait a minute. But now he's talking with that guy that was attacking them.
Two-faced, how dare you?
Like, if you're going to ask a question like that, I would hope you would catch up with everything. There was a good 4 or 5 days where all I was talking on different channels about that situation. And if you watched any of that, you would know that I didn't like talking about them when I was with them. So like, I'm not avoiding it. It's just, what is there to talk about? I didn't like talking about the shit they were talking about when I was with the group. So if you have something that I think is merits a discussion, I'm not avoiding it by any stretch.
Yeah. No, it's because it should have lasted forever. Sorry. Yeah, I'm going to Ohio. No, I'm not.
All I'm saying, Charles, is you got to admit that you had a throuple relationship with all of them, and you gotta air it out. You know,
is that true?
People don't know why you left.
No, that you've got to be about them. That's exactly like Foxrew said.
Well,
doesn't
here we go.
You're not allowed to make friends with people that you were enemies with before. That's another thing.
Well, like
as well.
BMO.
Here's wait. Here's the transition. Okay, what we're talking about now is something that you did in your past, and should it define your future?
Yeah, it does kind of.
That's going to be the shadow over this entire thinkers.
But I don't know, like BMO. So do you have to?
Yes, Greg.
Yeah, nice. I like the lighting. You're part of the way there. But yeah, like BMO. So you're on a show with me. We've done this for quite a few weeks. Does that mean you have to adopt or endorse every one of my AI opinions?
Hell no.
Yeah, so I mean, like, it was kind of the same thing. Like, Charles was there as an opposition to a lot of the things. It's not like he was
the only one I'm obligated to agree with
is
Foxrew, and that's it. That's because he'll kick me off the show.
Fair enough. We all know that he rules with an iron paw.
Indeed.
I am joking, by the way. For those, please don't fire me.
But yeah,
But back
to speaking of the past
loud.
Shaping the future, that is a Segui that Foxrew had a while ago that would have worked much better if I didn't sidetrack us there. Yeah.
Okay, let's go.
True story, bro.
Stalking you. Yeah, like 6 months maybe. Why'd it take you so long to report it? I think she needs help. She comes to my work, my house. She sends me emails like all the time.
Are any threatening
towards you? Yeah. I wouldn't say that's particularly threatening.
Right.
For you,
this is just like a 40-second trailer for it.
Got really manly hands, haven't you? Chiseled jawline. Should we run away together?
Oh my goodness! Hold on. Okay, you saw that. Obviously, that was the reason you put that in there.
Yeah.
Yeah. It says true story. Can you go back? Let me see if I could get it back.
Chiseled jawline.
Should we run away together? Not very good speaking on this thing. A captivating true story. Okay.
So this is how it was marketed.
Yeah. There's no T's and C's on this. You can see there's no T's and C's. There's no little asterisks. That might be a thing of the future where it's just like you got to put a little asterisk there.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is my stalker. Say hello to Mark.
Don't you say that to me! Apologize to me right now!
Can't take my mom anywhere.
You shot. Okay, I haven't watched that. That's pretty funny.
So this is all from the trailer. So I don't think I gave anything away. I just cut out a couple things to make it a little bit shorter.
Well, Fiona Harvey hasn't.
But the rest of this is.
Oh, she looks so familiar.
Yeah, so this is the woman
really
who's claiming to be.
They probably should have cast someone that looked different.
Holy shit!
Instead of leaning really hard into it.
Hey, Bri. But yeah, they are kind of. So they chose an actress who looks very similar. They aged her up so that she would look a little bit more similar. They gave her a Scottish accent, which. Fair enough. This is supposed to be the story of two Scots who meet in England, so there is some significance to that. But I guess you could alter that. But she is a British actress, so they gave her a Scottish accent. But the following will be like 6 or 7 interviews that I cut together, and then a couple of LawTube things to kind of explain the situation. But this is a lady. Named Fiona. She has claimed that she is the real Martha. So because she was getting attacked online, she kind of decided to come on to Piers Morgan to tell her side of the story. I don't know how effective it was, but yeah.
Question.
Yes.
Okay. Did she out herself before anything else by going on Piers Morgan and being mad about it?
Okay.
Well, you never know. Kevin Spacey kind of convinced me that I might have jumped on the guilty train way too early. So it has changed minds. I'm not sure if it's going to fully change everything. This one did not seem to be as effective.
Okay, so I understand it.
Go ahead.
Beamer, sorry. As I understand it, from also there's lots of videos that I need to catch up on. Some of my favorite psychology channels have done stuff on her, and I want to go and
you're Chris.
That. But yeah, that's the thing. She had been found. So the way I understand it is she had been found through this tweet on Twitter, obviously on Twitter, because it was
have
in the
all
show.
of that coming up.
Yeah.
Okay. So we'll kind of go through that, but yes, the internet found her and was calling her a stalker, and some were death threatening her, and that is included like in the lawsuit, which will be kind of at the end of it.
Okay, cool. Let's go.
Killed anybody, but if she did everything that she's accused of doing as Martha in Baby Reindeer, then she would be an unstable, obsessive, and threatening and sinister stalker who made Richard Gann's life utter hell, and indeed other people's lives utter hell. But is it all true? Netflix says explicitly at the beginning of the series that this is a true story, not based on a true story or inspired by real events. A true story.
So this is how it looks in the actual thing, and it's only at the beginning of the first episode. And then, as Charles so helpfully pointed out, here is the warning that they have at the end of every single episode. So they only have "this is a true story" in the marketing and in the very first episode, and it's like 2 minutes in or something like that, and it just types across the screen as if it is Donnie in the story typing his like memoir. So it's unclear whether they're trying to say this is a true story, but it does say this program is based on real events. However, certain characters, names, incidents, locations, and dialogue have been fictionalized for dramatic purposes. So they are trying to cover their ass here, but I don't know. Do you guys see that as effective if you're saying in the beginning this is a true story, but at the end you're saying it's been fictionalized?
I don't think it matters.
That's misleading. That's misleading. I'm sorry.
They do that so often.
What do you mean you don't? Okay.
So saying that it's a true story could mean anything, because if you were to say this is a true story, it means that parts of this could be true. The haunting in Connecticut says it's a true story.
Yeah. Same thing with all the now I'm blanking on it, the house, but yeah, anyway, there's like a million of them that all say
Fargo,
based on a true story.
Amityville Horror, the Texas
Amityville, thank you. I could not think of Amityville for the life of me, but like every one of those has said like based on a true story. It's like, no, it's not. But yeah, fair enough. But one really kind of famous one came to mind, and it was kind of the warning that's included with it, and this is Fargo. But
yeah,
this is how Fargo is introduced. This is a true story. The events depicted in this film took place in Minnesota in 1987. At the request of the survivors, the names have been changed. Out of respect for the dead, the rest has been told exactly as it occurred. So that seems, pretty tough. It is kind of famous. They even made it into like puzzles. You can buy that exact quote out there. Yeah. But Joel Cohen came out in an article with the Huffington Post, and he said there's only two true things that are in there. One of them is the fact that this guy, he believed in the 60s or 70s, was gumming up serial numbers and defrauding General Motors. There was no kidnapping. There was no murder. It's a guy defrauding GM finance corporations at some point. He continued. The other thing is there was a murder in Connecticut where a man killed his wife and disposed of the body by putting her into a wood chipper. Beyond that, the story is made up. So, like, we do have a precedent of films doing this, but it's not necessarily that they're in trouble for saying that, but the way that they depicted this character, apparently they've made two kind of accusations against the character, and that's what the whole lawsuit is about with the defamation.
It threw me when you said Ethan Cohen, because I thought Ethan Baron Cohen. Do you know who that is?
You mean Sacha Baron Cohen?
Yes, that's who I'm talking about.
Yeah. There's also Ethan Cohen. Yeah, there's a bunch of Cohens out there. But Ethan Cohen is white.
I was immediately thinking of Borat, though.
But yeah, so like, there is a history of this. So it's not unheard of, but yeah, I guess I'll let Piers kind of say his problem with it, and I think he introduces it.
He said this to a parliamentary committee in the UK this week.
Baby Reindeer is an extraordinary story, and it is obviously a true story of the horrific abuse that the writer and protagonist Richard Gadd suffered at the hands of a convicted stalker. We did take every reasonable precaution in disguising the real-life identities of the people involved in that story.
He says that people shouldn't try to find out the identity of the real people in the drama. Do you give him credit for that?
No.
He actually tweeted this. People
No.
I love, have
Am I
worked
supposed to be
with,
looking at this?
and
Right.
admire, including Sean
Wait,
Foley, who was
pause,
the man
pause.
running
The Streisand effect.
Yes.
So part of the problem about that is that if you're advertising it as a true story, just saying that, people are going to want to look it up.
What does true story mean? Because like, this is true is different than saying this is a true story. Does story not imply that there is some embellishment?
I think so, but just the fact that you're making it a movie, unless you advertise that, like, you go above and beyond and say there have been zero embellishments. This is essentially a reenactment. We're
I guess
filling
along
in,
those lines, biopics are said to be like, true stories of whoever. Do you view those as like actual depictions?
I don't view those
as
as
dialogue that
reenactments,
actually happened,
but,
right? Like it has to be somewhat fictionalized.
Exactly. Yeah. I view those closer to like reenactments, but they're definitely not reenactments.
Yeah, I think I'm on the same page with you. And then, so that guy, he was one of the heads of Netflix. I can't remember his exact position, but he went in front of Parliament and said, yes, this is a true story. And then people were starting to kind of try and guess who, there's a male figure in this. People thought that might be this person, Sean Foley. So they were going after him and trying to get him fired. So Richard came forth, Richard Gadd, the writer and star of this, came forth saying like, hey, don't make any speculation on anyone here. Leave them alone. That's not the point of the show. Piers was trying to get Martha's kind of opinion, or excuse me, I just screwed up there. Fiona's opinion on what, if this actually means anything to her, if this is enough.
The rapist are unfairly getting caught up in speculation. Please don't speculate on who any of the real life people could be. That's not the point of our show. Lots of love, Richard. Well, thank you for joining me, Fiona. First of all, why have you decided to go public?
The internet sleuths tracked me down and hounded me and gave me death threats, so it wasn't really a choice. I was forced into this situation.
No,
I thought it was me meeting 5 years ago because of the
make it worse.
I already have.
Okay, death threats.
So they do have a couple of them in the lawsuit that is coming up, but it's just it did get like 17,000 likes, but it just said like your days are numbered. So it is a threat, but it is kind of a tamer threat. It's not like I'm going to show up at this place and do this thing to you. I
just think it's a kind of ridiculous thing though, because we're not a big show. I've gotten death threats for what I've said on here.
What?
Yes.
It's the internet.
It doesn't fucking matter. It's internet.
Dude, open worlds matter to some people. Okay.
Open worlds matter to some people, absolutely. But
Skyrim
saying that you got
a lot
threatened,
of people.
being threatened with bodily harm or being threatened like stuff over the internet is not proof of something that's going to happen. It's just harassment. And harassment isn't necessarily illegal.
If you got the message that just said your days are numbered, would that give you the same thing as like the death threats that you've gotten? Like it is kind of a weak threat though, right?
That your days are numbered could mean anything, but of course your days are numbered is also known as something like I'm going to beat you to a pulp or I'm going to kill you.
Sure.
There are some definite implications there, but if you're trying to use that as someone's threatening to kill me, that's not going to hold up. At least in an American court, it's not going to. Not unless someone actually decides to take the action.
Yeah, I agree with you. And that's why nobody's going after these people. And
Thank you,
Item has a point. From a certain point of view.
But it's just I can't take seriously folks that say, I got death threats online. Okay.
So I had to do X.
I play video games and I get those all the time. Like it doesn't freaking matter.
It's also, I don't like her minimalization of her own actions and decisions. It's like, well, I got death threats online, so it wasn't really a choice. I was forced into this. No one forced you to say, yes, I was the one in the in the piece of media. No one forced you to say this. There was you could have just literally sit there forever and never address any of this online stuff. That would have been possible. You could argue that that's a bad choice, and we could have a conversation about that, but you are not forced to take this action. You felt pushed to take this action. That's okay, because for some reason you thought this would be beneficial to you or others, or in some way you thought this was the best path. That is fine to say, but don't say you were forced. Then there is no force, there is other alternatives that expose you to far less harm in the public eye. Don't say forced. Then, okay.
Yeah,
say what it really is. Say that you.
It would be nice if we weren't dogpiled, but I don't know how you stop that with social media. Like, it is what it is, unless you make everything private and go down.
He's being brutal with how this lady looks. It's so mean.
Jesus.
She's got the face of a troll under a bridge, demanding you pay 20 gold pieces to pass.
God.
But what an accent. She has a certain way of speaking. It just draws me in.
I find
you have to, Gray, you have to watch the behavior panels thing of this. She actually does. They talk about how her words are drawn out and stuff. What that means.
Yeah. And there's a lot of self-soothing. She likes to touch the back of her hand when it's a particularly difficult question. I was only able to include a bit of her interview, but do watch it. It is very odd. I don't know that it was good for her. I'm assuming in this lawsuit they're going to go back to a lot of it because they are claiming things that she flat out said were untrue in this. Like, one of them is that Richard Gadd looked through her window, where there is a part in this interview where she specifically points out, like, how could one even do that? It's like, well, it's a window. I mean, I don't know. She made it seem like it would be impossible to look in through somebody's window.
Never before have been done in all of humanity.
Yeah.
Sometimes that's literally what a window is made for. Okay, what an outrageous claim.
So I only kept a couple parts from this, but I think you need to kind of see who this woman is and kind of how she handles herself with some of these questions, because she is accused of quite a bit of things, but I'm not sure that they are fully inaccurate.
I'll take notes.
And then she takes a dump truck and backs up and said, "Wait, here's more."
Yeah. But she's kind of explaining the hate that she got, and it is documented. You will see some proof of it at the end.
Wife stalker article.
You said you wanted your garbage
been
back.
A number done on me by the Sunday Mail 25 years ago when I was going for Donald Du's parliamentary seat. So I had a vague idea then.
Your position is that it's just not factual.
It's a work of fiction. It's a work of hyperbole, as I've always said.
Hyperbole.
And, there are two true facts in that. His name is Richard Gadd, and he worked as a jobbing barman on benefits in the Holy Arms.
So that's what she says are the only two true facts in this thing, except for the bar that he works at in the show is not called the Holy Arms. That was the one in real life. And then the character is not named Richard Gadd. The character is named Donnie Dunn. So it's just interesting that, like, the two true facts that she's saying aren't actually facts in the show. But she has claimed that she never saw the show. So I don't know. They definitely have by the time the lawsuit gets made, though. They reference the show quite heavily with both screenshots and timestamps.
Well, at least there is that. I like when there are precisions in the claims, especially hostile claims being made. I prefer that you back them up seriously with solid, exact evidence. So at least there is that they have specific problems, not just vague attacks. They are like this timestamp, this place. It's better than the alternative, is what I'm saying.
More insults than actual accusations, but
okay, never mind then.
But yeah, I guess I'll let her. Sorry, go ahead.
Do you think what she was trying to get at here is that the only things that align with the facts is that he, like, I don't know.
I think so.
If you
want to be as charitable as you can, it's like, he was this guy and he worked at a bar, and it's like, fair enough. He is in there, but if you watch the interview, it's weird because Piers gets her to make a whole bunch of concessions. Like, well, yeah, that's true. Well, yeah, that's true. All right, that also happened. So it really doesn't do her any good, but she comes into this interview with, there's only two true things. And then yes, neither of those are actually true. So I thought it was just
That's not a good look.
She brings up hyperbole. I just think this was also a little bit of hyperbole. But yeah,
you're killing
good
me.
times. She'll go on a little bit more, and there is like some actual incidents that she talks about.
Okay.
And we met.
And it says that you told Richard Gadd that he looked like a baby reindeer toy you once had as a child, hence the name of the show.
Yeah.
Is that true?
I appear to have written most of the show in my sleep. I dressed.
I don't do it now. I hate it so much. I start
had
with
a
fucking
boy reindeer,
So that's true.
and he'd shaved his head. That bit is true. And there were reindeers in the shops. It was Christmas time or something. It was a joke. So I have inadvertently penned the name of the show.
Right, but that is true.
That's true. That's a true fact. The story, the play, the Netflix show.
Sorry, man. I was not close
No,
to
it's all right.
quick enough there.
She says
Yeah,
true
again,
fact.
she was saying that's the only true things, and then he gets her to make a bunch of concessions. I only grabbed
That's
one of
really
them
bad.
that seemed like a kind of key one that
What's
you
the
might
difference?
want.
What's the difference between a
Yeah.
true fact and a true story?
It's a good question. Is there a difference? Like if I hear somebody say like these are true facts, I don't think, oh, okay, well they're putting a narrative to it. Where if somebody says this is a true story, I would think kind of like a biopic. Like okay, there's probably some like
There is embellishment. The other one
you
shouldn't
would
have
think so.
embellishment.
Flourishes. But that's just me. Do you guys see it the same way, or would you see true fact as different than true story? Would you take?
I
them
do
the same?
see it differently.
Yeah. It
Yeah,
depends
I'm
on
too
how
hung
it's
up on the-
presented, but yeah.
Don't focus on
When
the
you're talking
hyperbole.
about like, when you're the hyperbole. So if you're saying it's the difference between having a fictional story, but having like including Easter eggs or trivia that's true, versus having a mostly true story. You're trying to be as faithful as possible, but knowing that you're going to, by the nature of film, you're going to have to include things that didn't actually happen or aren't 100% faithful, just because, like you have to make a decision whether you're going to have extras in the background or you're going to, or dialogue isn't remembered perfectly. So you're going to have to make a decision. And then you're also going to have to, what is included in the story and what isn't, because the movie isn't going to be, 40 hours long. Right. So because of these kinds of decisions, right, there will be necessarily an element of fiction in the story, right?
Well, and
again,
then would
these are
making
the
certain
two
embellishments make it even harder to identify the real life people? Would that not be another way to kind of distance, somebody from
Agreed.
the reality of it as well?
Agreed. I mean, this is a good entry into the topic of, a true story and what that means and how because what was it like? There was that one Exorcist movie that came out. Oh gosh, it must have been 10, 15 years ago or something. But
yeah, there's been a few of them. I think The Exorcism of Emily Rose was supposed to be a real one, and there was another one as well. But there's this other one that I can't remember what it's called. It's the basically the person buys this thing at an antique store, and it ends up having this like demon in it. I can't remember exactly what that's called.
Annabelle?
It's specifically a Jewish demon, and I can't think of what that's called. But
the dreidel.
Anyway, the amount of that is actually true is like there was this person that bought this supposed cursed object, and that's it. But like literally in the movie that says this is a true story or this is based on the true story, this hand comes out of the back of this dude's head. It's like that didn't happen. Like I'm sorry, but like
But they said it did.
yeah. So I don't know. Like there is this debate, and a lot of this is going to. I suck at this. I should Google it right now. I can't think of the name of it. I see a bunch of people guessing, but no. Yeah, it's not a djinn, but it's now I can't remember the name of that.
Everything you
anyway,
had to say previously is invalidated because you can't remember it now.
Fair enough. But it's like we just have this rich history of saying like based on a true story or this is a true story where no part of it is true. So I don't know. Supposedly this lawsuit could really change that in the near future.
Yeah, that's
at
a
least for
problem,
the
though.
UK.
That's a big issue that needs to be.
They haven't filed in the UK yet. They've only filed in California currently.
They're going to get slaughtered in the US. In the UK,
It's 170 million in California currently.
They're going to lose.
No, I don't. No. Yeah, they'll lose.
No, man. We'll see.
doing
We'll see if you
herself
have
no
that same
favor.
opinion by the end of this. I have some lawyers who seem pretty convincing on here. But yeah, I guess let's let her keep going, and then they'll say the main contention, which is the defamation.
It's not true.
No, but if they say that you sent 41,000 emails,
Well, they
350
are
voice
completely
messages,
wrong.
all 744
They're
tweets,
completely wrong.
so they are lying.
They are lying. Yes, okay, yeah. In effect, he is lying and they are lying. And in order for a dramatization to be true, it's got to be, the only defenses are veritas, I'm telling the truth, or the whole drama needs to be true. They have billed it as a true story, so has he, and it's not. It's blatantly not. Even if the email.
That's what
thing
you're
is
suing
true,
over?
The rest is not.
It's
So
false.
why would you qualify that?
So is he? Sorry, is
Sorry,
she
why would I
trying
what?
to say? Sorry, we're both pressing.
That it's
play.
not true enough?
No, I think it's saying things that are it's lying about her. So is this kind of a defamation? I know it's in the video, but
Kind of.
we want to talk about it as we go.
So you'd think it would be, since she's being accused of sending 41,000 emails. I can't remember how many voicemails. It's like under 1,000, and then I can't remember how many text messages. She is denying all of it, but this is kind of masterfully done how Piers is talking to her on this. So she came to vehemently deny that and to clear that up, and that they have shown no proof of that, but none of that is in the lawsuit. So she seems to have dropped this thing completely, which seemed to be her biggest contention with it. But I think we got to go back just a couple seconds, because what she does at this point when he's kind of, okay.
When he's got her.
He does. He masterfully kind of, she makes an admission that she doesn't even realize that she makes. And then it's fun to kind of see her explanation of it. So I'm just going to go back a couple of seconds.
Yeah, if we had a transcript of that explanation, I don't think it makes much sense. But okay, yeah, let's go.
Well, that was the other thing too. She was saying the defense of this is either veritas, which is truth, or it has to be a true story. It's like, well, that's not exactly two different things. And again, she is a lawyer supposedly. She does have a law degree, but she's never practiced.
Okay,
so.
that makes things
Okay.
a lot different.
That's like me being a real estate agent because I have the license.
Yeah.
No,
I mean, she went to uni for it.
I got the training to be
yeah,
a real
this
estate
is-
agent, but I never got to practice because I didn't get to work for a firm. But I have the license, so I can call myself a real estate agent.
Well, do.
Well,
You
yeah,
should
that's what the
know.
license
I'm
is for.
good.
It means you're allowed to do it. That's what it makes you.
I'm a porn star.
There you go.
Well, wait,
earned that title.
hold
We
on,
all
hold
knew
on,
that.
hold on. In Oregon,
The lighting gave you away.
beginning of May,
In
beginning of
Oregon?
May 2024, graduates from law school no longer need to pass the bar exam.
Woo.
They can do what is it? Apprenticeships instead.
How progressive. So she also went into a workplace to kind of do like an apprenticeship type deal. And within a week, she was accused of stalking them and was removed from the office. So we'll kind of go through that in a bit. But she did have a little on the job training for about a week. And then that's about it. But yeah, so she brought up these emails, and that seemed to be the number one thing that she wanted to like defend. But again, the actual suit doesn't say it, and she kind of makes an admission here. Like Piers really does something kind of amazing in this. So yeah, it's kind of a long clip, but watch this part.
Veritas, I'm telling the truth, or the whole drama needs to be true. They have billed it as a true story, so has he, and it's not. It's blatantly not. Even if the email thing was true, the rest is not. So
Why would you qualify that, Fiona?
Sorry, why would I what?
Why would you suddenly qualify even if it's true about the emails?
I'm just playing devil's advocate here.
But no journalist.
Oh no!
I agree.
If I sent 41,000
It's
emails,
suspicious.
even if
She's
Um,
scorched.
Yeah, she did not do herself favors in this interview, but she does have a point. Like, even if that accusation were true, that doesn't mean that you can make these other accusations, which appear to be crimes that they're kind of accusing her of. At one point, the character does touch the other character without his permission, so that seems to be a huge contention for her. They've kind of made her seem like more of a monster than she thinks she is. And then there's one more contention that I think he's going over right here, which is the bulk of their suit.
Or internet sleuths have found any evidence so far of Fiona Harvey being convicted for anything, let alone harassing or stalking Richard Gadd. At what point does fact become fiction? Did you go to jail? Did you have a
No,
trial?
of course not. Of course not.
Have you ever been to prison?
No.
Have you ever been charged with a
Nowhere
criminal
near it.
offence?
No.
Never?
No.
Nothing?
Nothing.
Great.
So that scene is completely invented.
That's completely false.
That is the bulk of the case, is that they accused her of being twice convicted. Sorry for spoilers. It does end with a conviction, and then it starts with him learning that she has a past where she was convicted. So they're saying that that's twice accusing her of this. I don't think that takes anything away from the show. That really isn't kind of the focus. It's kind of more of a character piece where you kind of learn that it's not just like evil versus good. Like it's a very weird symbiotic relationship that they kind of have. I thought it was told in a way that makes you kind of identify with Martha. But that seems to be the huge crux of their case, is that they have, accused her of being a felon. And as Mark Garrigus,
her of being a felon, they changed.
Fair enough. Martha, which she's saying that she is Martha, and nobody from the show has identified her as Martha. She is the only one claiming that she is. But once we get to the suit, you'll see people tracked her down, and it's a kind of obvious thing. And they accuse them of failing their duty of care for not reaching out to her to get her clearance on it. So that's kind of interesting. But yeah, she could have kept quiet and it might have gone away. But since she didn't, this blew up so big. It really is the Streisand effect. Like,
I have a question.
Gone nuclear. Yes, sir.
Why is the drinker on the bottom right of the screen?
Because he's talking about
he
media.
was invited on a panel. So was now I'm blanking on his name, Andy Signor or whatever. He's going to be on the next one. I didn't include any of their opinions, but yeah, see these. They've even got Dr. Drew on there. You got to get Drew's opinion.
Oh, I wasn't sure if that was actually him or not.
It is.
Oh my gosh, I'm on fire today. Okay.
It's Daddy Drew. But yeah, no, the bottom left is Mark Garrigus. He is a lawyer, quite a famous lawyer. He's been on like a ton of big cases. So they brought him on for his legal opinion on this case. So he's going to just explain California law and why what they did could be illegal in California.
Okay.
Well, it's almost inexplicable that they would allow an executive to go and testify, that they would then have this as a central feature of the series, and then would just concoct this. I mean, I'm dealing with now, and I've dealt with in the past, their legal department, and it's about as robust as you can get in California. Number one, the accusation that somebody is a convicted felon, that is defamation under California law, especially when there is no evidence of it. The doubling down in testimony in front of Parliament. I'm going to say it again. If it is true she has not been convicted, she has a whale of a case. There isn't a lawyer I know that does this kind of law in California that would not take this on a contingent.
170 million.
So
no.
here is
Hold on. Wait. Hold on. The problem, the big, massive problem that I feel like he has not addressed is that they have never drawn the connection between this person or what was her actual name?
Fiona Harvey is the real life person who's claiming that she is the Martha character.
They have never claimed a connection between Fiona and Martha. So there is no defamation because am I correct in saying that they have not Or have they?
Not yet.
Actually
I'm kind of
said where-
Tarantinoing this. So there is a direct thing. We've kind of talked about it, but it's kind of her Twitter history and then some of the verbiage that he uses in the show. But I wanted to point out that they've claimed like numerous times that they've done everything in their power to make it so that other people could not be identified, that they've changed it enough.
So the only way is if she wins the money. That's the only way. You have to be really, really confident to think you're going to win, because even if some of that is true, she's going to look far worse.
But if you're going for 170 million, that's settlement, though. If they just don't want to deal with this,
that doesn't seem like they want to settle.
Yeah, it would set a precedent.
I don't know about the UK.
Wait,
but
no.
Well, they haven't done that yet, and they haven't gone after Richard Gadd yet. But we'll see after this.
Settlements don't create
the ending
precedent. That's the advantage of settling.
It would set kind of a precedent that this company settles, so go after them. You're right. Like, it's not like written in writing, but it kind of it's kind of more. Okay, well, this company's likely to settle, so let's bring our bogus thing against them. They don't want the bad publicity.
And like Lucy Lemonbug says, if I had a chance at 170 mil, I'd gamble. And that's to explain why lawyers are willing to take the case. You don't have to pay me; just give me 15%. Yeah, I'll gamble for a couple of dozen $1 million, sure.
Yeah. Well, this is the guy who wants to gamble with it. So I wanted to let you guys hear some from him, and then I went to LawTube to get the actual filing, if you will, and there's some fun parts from that.
Also, isn't it odd that she's a lawyer yet won't represent herself?
Well, he does ask her about that, and then she also claims that she has a boyfriend who's a lawyer, but neither of them are taking on this case. Instead, they're going for the best.
Isn't one of the cardinal rules of being a lawyer is don't represent yourself?
Yeah, don't represent
Well, from what I've learned, apparently you can represent yourself and possibly others from behind bars, even. So
you can.
You never know.
Listen, it's kind of like the British monarch technically has the power to declare wars. Now, do you ever want to use that power? No. Like, there is just because something is completely legally allowed, and there are no hurdles in your way to doing this, both in the case of the British monarch directly choosing diplomatic relations and lawyers representing themselves, doesn't mean that there won't be severe repercussions, soft repercussions, but waves being made because you do. And they are conscious enough that they realize that they are in a precarious position enough that they don't want to touch that, and they instead get someone else.
I was doing a roundabout way of explaining that if she was a lawyer, then she should know not to say most of the things she said.
If she was a good lawyer, remember, terrible lawyers.
I think if she was a lawyer, some of that stuff is, why would you say any of that?
Ever since the death trial, I stopped believing that. Okay,
it's a viral interview. If you get a chance, watch the whole thing. The whole thing is gold, but it's been seen more times than the actual show. So
right. So you didn't get her different numbers for text and emails, right? Where Piers kept pressing her on email.
I didn't grab that part, and I didn't grab how she has a whole bunch of different phones as well, and that how could you even fake having an iPhone? There was a lot of admission in there, and just the way that she's saying it doesn't quite add up. But I didn't grab that. I think I have a couple more clips from it, but it's mainly revolving on curtains. But yeah. But yeah, go see that. See all of these. I just grabbed a few choice clips, but it goes way deeper than all of this. But I'm gonna try and get to how they're linking her to this, and try and give the proof as they did in the actual filing of it.
There's a moment where she discusses emails, and Piers presses her a couple of times, where she goes from a couple, and then he has whatever the number that Netflix said, 700 something. And she says, well, it's not that many. And he re-asks her, well, how many? And then she goes up into the teens. And it went from a couple to teens. And then a third time they go even further.
Well, the first time, though, she said that she didn't even have his email number or email address. So she couldn't have sent one. So she just kind of changes it.
And then she had a couple of jokes.
Oh.
Yeah, she didn't know him, and then she'd met him twice, and then whatever.
Yeah, I didn't know.
And then
him,
it turns out. Yeah, and then it turns out that oh yeah, I knew that he did this one man show about me. I was still texting him at the time. It's interesting. Do watch that and watch like all of these, but this was also interesting. This is the lawyer that decided to represent her and is filing the $170 million case.
Wow.
It is a huge number, no question about it. But some of the causes of action in the complaint entitle Fiona to the profits that Netflix obtained from this series. That's what the law provides. That if they wronged her, then she is entitled to their profits. We don't know what that number is. Again, this is very early. We just filed a lawsuit. But we know that
just taking a stab at it.
60 million people have viewed it. We know that it either has or is becoming the largest show ever on Netflix. And we know that Netflix is making a tremendous amount of money from it. Even
in credits, as some people have pointed out, say the program is based on real events, however certain characters' names, incidents, locations, and dialogue have been fictionalized for dramatic purposes. Does that make any difference if at the start you've said this is a true story?
And my answer is good luck with that. I mean, that's a disclaimer, which after you've seen the whole thing, to us, it doesn't make any difference. They don't, they put it at the end when people are ready to go to watch another series. They make it very clear from the inception of this story that it's a true story. And the reason why it got such big attention is because it's a crazy story to be true. So if Netflix
is that
the
why
one pushing for the true story,
no,
is that a provable
but it's
fact?
good for him to say that.
No, somebody.
I didn't know that it was based on a true story when I started watching it. It's a very compelling story that grips you like right away.
There's 50% of this story that has yet to be touched, and nobody's coming forward on it. That I would think would be a bigger deal because somebody was
the more egregious part. Yeah. And I didn't get into that. The lawsuit will, in a way. So it might be a shocking way of depicting those events. We'll see. But it is interesting. Does it change it to any of you on the panel that, because in the end credits, it does say certain aspects have been fictionalized, including like names, characters, events, dialogue. Does that change it? Would you even view that part, or are you like the skip to the next episode thing? Because it is at the end of the credits. So Netflix does have its kind of auto skip thing. You might get like a vague thing of it, but it's not like it's there for,
I never assumed that based on a true story actually is legitimate. I always assume it's a story.
But the thing is, it says is a true story. So I understand that exact dialogue would, I guess we'll get to this discussion. I guess one of the things we could talk about is what does it mean when you see true story? But legally, that seems to cover it. That I don't like the inconsistency because it does one thing and then at the end of it it says just kidding, basically.
What I've got from this so far is that this is a story that is vaguely related to a real life story that someone went through, and the person that was involved in it knew it was about her, so she decided to say to the world, this is about me and I'm mad about it.
Yeah, yes. So that's a good summary of it. I probably should have set this up before. So he was touring with a one-man show called Baby Reindeer, and it was all about this situation. And Netflix saw it and then was like, okay, you need to make a series about this. So he did. It is, kind of an interesting story, but it had already been, turned into a stage play or a one-man show. I wouldn't assume that is 100% accurate or anything like that as a one-man show.
No,
and then we're
of course
adapting that
not.
to a series now.
I guess if we even think of comedy as well, we like it's
anytime I
guys.
go on stage and talk about an ex-girlfriend, I'm doing a conglomerate of situations.
Well, now it might be slander.
Yeah, I'm not about any of that shit. Not cool.
Yeah, but that is kind of his point, and I think he's got a point, except for it's at the end of every episode they're having the things have been changed about this, like that legalese paragraph where they only said
that's where the legal shit goes. It's where the licenses goes. It's where all the proper credits go.
It's
So
enough to cover you with the license and the copyright and everything like that. So I don't know.
If Orson Welles didn't have to pay out of his ass for War of the World, I really don't Yeah, I don't think so.
I don't know. Like, it's just, this is a British court. I don't know how that works.
It's both U.S. and UK that they're suing in.
Wait, really?
Yes.
I don't know how the case is going to hold up in U.S. court for sure.
There's no chance.
Well, they're going California first. I don't think they've filed the UK one yet, but she is talking to representation in the UK. So that would be next. And they do have stricter free speech laws, like slander laws in the UK. So she might have more of a shot there. But since Netflix is headquartered in California, that's where they're going first.
I'm just like, I'm not the one that needs to be convinced. It would be, if it's a jury trial, the jury would have to be convinced, or the judge has to be convinced. And so far, I am unconvinced that this is a legitimate case. But I'm not a lawyer.
And I think Netflix can afford a decent lawyer as opposed to...
You mean a decent settlement?
No. I think they could afford a decent lawyer as opposed to some ambulance chaser.
I mean, probably. But it all depends on what's worth it to them.
And I think Hollywood has a certain investment in this too.
You know, that's a fair point.
It's
Going forward, yeah.
I have a
investment
weighted
in this, yeah.
interest in it. Yeah.
Time to change your comedy routine.
Yeah, it might make us all change a little bit, but maybe not. It depends. It's kind of an inflammatory filing, if you will. We'll see it very shortly.
The argument is, did they switch things enough? And that's, I guess, where the gray area is based.
But could saying that somebody is a convicted felon, would that be enough to change it? Like, okay, so now people are going to be looking for a convicted felon, where if she's not, didn't they protect her actual identity by making people search in a wrong direction for it?
There you go.
Yeah.
I mean, that's actually a great idea. And I don't think it's necessarily untrue. It might be, but I think that, you know, taking the story and exaggerating and making it different, you know, I mean, it makes it less of a true story, but at the same time, it's supposed to be fiction, and they never draw a connection between Fiona and Martha. And they are discouraging people from looking up who the story is about, correct?
Mm-hmm.
So I mean,
yeah. So nobody has confirmed it. She's the only one who said that this is me. But
yeah,
it seems similar.
So,
and also, isn't it at this point that would? But wouldn't you also be able to argue that, okay, because we know how we're going to find out, if we go on with the video, we're going to talk about how people did find her initially.
Yes. Yeah, there's two main things that kind of led to it.
Yeah. She could probably argue that they left those in, and that's the problem. That's what
People did find her within days of it airing. I think it was aired like April 16th, and I think by the 19th, people were saying, "This is you." They were pretty quick about it.
Yeah, that's the thing. That's obscured truth as well. She's not doing herself any favors.
Yeah.
By saying like, I've never been convicted. Yes, you've never been convicted, which fine, you're going to have your case on that. But people are then going to find out stuff like this and say this, that, yeah, okay, fine, but people did lay charges against you.
The office of Keir Starmer, who's going to be, he might be Prime Minister of the UK this year. He's brought something, or his office has brought something up that she has harassed them and sent them hundreds of emails. So, like, she really should be laying low. I mean, to gamble and get that much money, okay, but if she misses, and it looks like even if she doesn't miss, she's going to have a hell of a lot more attention on her for the worst possible reasons.
Yeah, like I was saying, this is Streisand effect kind of gone nuclear. It was a popular show, but it was kind of falling off. But her actual interview went so much more viral than the actual show did. So it's just brought a ton of attention to this. Enough so that they're now filing a $170 million lawsuit. When the initial interview happened, she was supposedly in talks with lawyers, but supposedly she had also just harassed a newspaper. So it's She tried to give her story there, and there's claims that she called them hundreds of times a day to kind of get them to print it her way. So I don't know. She seems like a very difficult woman to deal with, but if she is kind of, yeah, I guess that's not the most sensitive of questions. Maybe I'll let the lawyer keep going for a second.
See, the issue with this is Piers Morgan and his crew should have checked on some of the things that she was claiming, and if she is basically who the dramatized version in the show is, she's got mental health issues and shouldn't be put through the ringer like this.
So that's what I was kind of getting at. I was going to say it very insensitively, but should she be treated differently if she does have certain issues? Like, would you have to then treat her differently than you would a normal person? Or
I don't know, before putting them on, your
It's,
cameras and
it's,
vet them.
it's kind of exploitative. Is that what you're saying? Like,
Yeah.
or at least just even if you're going to be okay with that, like they
Wouldn't that
should
kinda-
be careful.
wouldn't it lead to the precedent that, like, if your attacker, if your stalker, if your whatever has some sort of condition, then you don't have the right to, like, tell the story? Or it seems like it could lead to an interesting.
There needs to be more nuance to avoid that possibility.
I'm not saying, like, I'm. You can go down the rabbit hole that Netflix can now sue Piers Morgan and say, you should have taken care of her too. We didn't say anything about her, mother.
Did allow Fiona to say a whole bunch of inflammatory things about the person that she's formerly accused of stalking, which we'll actually hear from in a little bit. But they did allow her to say some very inflammatory things about her and her children and her former husband. So I don't know. They might be open to a lawsuit if they're the one lady. Kind of spoilers, but the one thing that she was saying is no, I wouldn't sue her for defamation because it's not like she has any money. I don't think she's ever held a professional job. But if she were to win $170 million, perhaps that does open her up to a lawsuit herself. Sorry, unfortunate timed phone call right that second. But yeah, so it might open herself up to some sort of lawsuit. So it is kind of interesting. So there is kind of an axe looming above her neck as well, in a weird way. Because it seems like there is quite a good defamation suit against Fiona herself for what she said on Piers Morgan.
Okay, let's see.
So the situation is not nice, friendly, and fluffy, but rather a confusing, garbled mess of spiky wires, steel wires.
That's a pretty good summary. Yeah.
I am so thankful that I'm not in any way related to anything like this. God, it must be absolutely horrendous to be tangled up in this mess. Ooh.
Oh, man. I just read that about Donald Sutherland. That is horrible. Damn.
Is that true?
I didn't verify it, but I don't know news to lie.
According
Hello, Louis. That's unfortunate. Well, he's close to 100, isn't he?
Yeah, Kiefer Sutherland just announced it an hour ago.
Damn. I don't know. I like those flawed fellas. That's too bad. But yeah, I guess let's let this lawyer go on for a second.
Person to run for president.
Story,
we could still get Jack Bauer.
Then at the end, the argument that we have this little disclaimer at the end that it could be fictionalized means nothing to me.
Baby Reindeer is a worldwide phenomenon, premiered on Netflix on April.
Well, that's insane. That's insane. Okay, wait. Was that the lawyer of the person? Were they somehow representing?
Yes.
Yes.
So that is the actual lawyer who filed this suit that Emily D. Baker is now going over. And again, I think there's like 100 and something, whatever they call that, like paragraphs on this. I'm not going over all of them. I just grabbed some choice ones. Do check out Emily D. Baker's content on this. She goes over the entire filing, and there's some gold in there. And she's amazing at going over them. She could be LawTube's finest right now. I think Foxrew was talking her up last stream. So yeah, definitely check out Emily D. Baker.
Oh,
She's
that
awesome.
wasn't me, but I would have. But
fair enough.
I would have.
That was Dorkus. Well, I have a bad memory, but yeah, she's awesome.
Dorkus, does she share her drugs with her kids?
Emily D. Baker?
I don't think she has kids, but I don't think she would. No.
I'm catching on.
I'm not thinking so. She seems responsible.
Well, a responsible person would share.
Yeah, sharing is
Please stop. No.
But yeah, let's let her kind of explain this. So she was saying that since April 11th, it's drawn over 56 million views. So this is one of Netflix's highest rated shows, if you guys weren't aware of it.
April 11th, 2024, and has since drawn over 56 million views through May 8th, making it Netflix's most popular content this year and on track to become the most streamed show on Netflix of all time. Really? Okay. Netflix stopped publicly releasing viewership of
Passive aggressive shit is that?
That's a weird, just hanging sentence. The draw for the show is the representation made by the defendants that this is a true story. At the 1 minute 39 second mark of episode 1, this image appears on screen and it's typed in and says, "This is a true story." It takes shots at him, which, if you watch any of Fiona Harvey's interviews, she does frequently. And with that, it says, Gad is a self-admitted crack, meth, and heroin user with a self-admitted history of masturbating to Harvey, following her home and spying on her through her window and lying to the police about his contacts with her. And that all comes directly.
So they're using timestamps from these episodes. It's like the most uncharitable way of framing anything that happened in this. He is kind of drugged by somebody, kind of peer pressured into it. It's not like he's just this self-admitted druggie. And then, yeah, it's kind of interesting the way that they keep kind of framing these in a very, again, that hyperbole seems to be coming up quite a bit, and they're just framing it as uncharitable as possible. It doesn't seem like a regular court filing to me.
He's also not playing him. He's
Yes, the character of Donnie Dunn, which is not Richard Gadd. Yeah. So it is kind of interesting. But yeah, it's so again, this kind of started on 21, I think, and then I jumped to 25. But there's so many more barbs in here. For some reason, it's just really going after him hard, which you don't generally see in a court filing. And then the other thing is Gadd isn't on this at all. They're only suing Netflix currently. They are not suing Richard Gadd. So I don't know why they're making so many insults and shots at him when he's not part of this suit.
Another reason for it to get thrown out in the U.S.
Well, maybe it's maybe
sorry.
it's going against him so much because she's behind it, and her character. She wants to go
does seem
off
like
him.
it. I'm guessing she has. Like Emily was kind of pointing out, it sounds a lot like the way that Fiona talks, especially if you kind of see that interview. So I wouldn't doubt that she's kind of pushing some of these, like this needs to be in there as well. But somebody went through and timestamped every single one of these things and then included screenshots of a lot of them, which is kind of interesting.
And they have cited which episode and minute.
It does look comfy. But sorry, I was hoping that it would scroll down because you'll see that these are accompanied with pictures now.
Oh, God.
there you go.
They included a screenshot of the show where Gadd is holding a picture of Martha in the show. That seems gratuitous in a lawsuit. Like, this has nothing to do with defamation. How does any of this?
Oh, so it does seem weird. It's like, I don't know. It does seem like they are really trying to paint Gadd in like the worst light with this, as opposed to he said that it was a strange relationship where it wasn't just she's evil. Instead, it kind of humanizes her, that he's kind of wanting the attention. He's extremely lonely. He's craving some sort of validation, and she's able to give it to him in this very toxic way that he knows is unhealthy. It's a very strange way of kind of just making her the victim of this and him a very horrible person, where it seems like he went out of his way in this show to humanize her and not just show her as like pure evil. It just seems really vindictive, especially if you've kind of seen the show. Charles, you were able to like kind of binge all of it. Did you get that it was like really trying to attack Martha, or did you get that it was really trying to humanize her?
Yeah, if anything, the thing that we don't know who the actual quote unquote person who's committed SA. Even that relationship has kind of a double-sided moral gray area for it, because that relationship kind of that relationship's a little fuzzy too. Especially with the way the show ends, where technically
it is interesting, and it's probably truer to life. Like a lot of it doesn't end with, like a lot of them don't end with court cases, I would assume.
Right. And spoiler, if Gad is the stalker, they could argue that they put that in there. That's in the show.
Move your phone, kitty.
Oh, sorry.
90s internet audio incoming. Beep, 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 beep.
Good times. But yeah, it just seems quite gratuitous to add like a bunch of these pictures in there.
It's putting it at a lower shelf.
But yeah, this is kind of an unfortunate scene where Gad really does paint himself in a bad, unhealthy light. Like, he says that he knows it's bad, but he does find himself drawn to this picture that she gave him. It's really weird that they would include that in this. I'm wondering if that would leave them open to having to ask if she did also send her, lingerie pictures or whatever to him, because that also would be different than what she said on Piers Morgan's interview. So it's interesting, but it goes on from there.
Perhaps she has a humiliation fetish.
Just
could be.
What? This is a choice. Goes on to say a recurring reindeer is the phrase "hang my curtains" as a euphemism for Gad having sex with Martha. For example, in episode 1, Gad's fellow bartenders ask Gad when he and Martha are going to shag. Gad responds that he does not believe in sex before marriage, to which Martha replies that she is marriage material and that all she needs is someone to hang her curtains. And then there's a screenshot with the closed caption showing all I need is for someone to hang my curtains. Gad narrates that hanging her curtains sounded vaguely sexual and responds to Martha by joking, "I'll hang your curtains," to which the bar erupts in laughter. One stating, quote, "My curtains are waiting for you. They are ready." Spelling corrected. And then another screenshot of the show. It says in an interview with GQ magazine, Gad claimed, quote, "We've gone to such lengths to disguise Harvey that I doubt she would recognize herself in the show."
Okay, that's
when Baby Reindeer was.
Oh, wow. I somehow really screwed that up.
Oh, I hate the seeking here.
Yeah, I apologize. I will have it back to the same spot. But so this kind of curtains thing really seems to come up quite a bit. And it came up quite a bit in the Piers Morgan interview. And it is actually the reason why she was kind of discovered. So I think we were right around here. I might have skipped a few seconds ahead. But in real life, in a tweet from @FionaHarvey 2014 to Mr. Richard Gad in 2014, that was publicly searchable on X. People were able to find this public tweet that Fiona had never taken down, where it's "my curtains need hung badly." This is the type of comment that you would find on a site called X. Yeah. So people were able to take this one phrase that she said in the show, and they were able to find her in real life because of that. And then there's one other thing that links to her. In the show, Richard Gad, the Donnie Dunn character, Googles this person's name and comes up with that she previously stalked another person. And then they kind of give that it's an MP's wife and that there's something to do with her accusing her of abusing a disabled child. And there is actual court filings that you can find out there, and a whole bunch of newspaper stories that lead to Fiona being one who did that to a former Scottish MP's wife. So it is kind of interesting. Those two things were kind of able to trace back directly to Fiona. So do you think that that's enough to say this person is definitely the person? It seems pretty damning, but do you think that they have done enough to protect this person's identity from being found?
All she had to do was not say a fucking word.
Hey,
I was trying to avoid that
the
sentiment.
euphemism. You know, do you need help laying your carpet, or I don't know, something?
Yeah, what I'm thinking is they could have some. It's flimsy, but they could have some.
Congo's got
sort
it.
of,
I'll file your taxes.
Yeah.
They could have had anything. Like if you say I'll blank your whatever,
I'll be your
it comes up pretty
Huckleberry.
euphemistic. Well, that doesn't work. Oh no.
He's muted.
What? Why? What? Why? Andrew's the only one that can mute me. Why are you muting me, Andrew?
The rebellion. Andrew's taking over. Finally, it's the time has come.
You did that. You did that.
Maybe it was my elbow. Anyway, so what I'm trying to say is what's it?
My elbow will mute you.
They could have changed the her wording, because I was about to ask if there was a screenshot of this tweet in the show, like a screenshot of a tweet, but then I realized, oh yes, it is a running thing in the show. So it reasonably, somebody could search it, and they didn't change that bit. But it's quite a flimsy argument, in my opinion, that to try and say that they knew that somebody would go and search for the tweet.
Yep.
Yeah, and should you have to change your language to protect somebody who victimized you? Should you have to necessarily protect them in order to tell your story? That is kind of a weird precedent.
In terms of law, yes, because if you haven't gone to the police over something and then you make a story about it, that is way too close to home. If you don't change those things, you will be defaming someone.
And if he did go to the police, but they didn't do anything about it, if he does have record of it, but nothing came of it, can he not tell this story?
Depends on the state. I just know that there have been people that have been in trouble in my life that have had to go through court because of this reason. They didn't go to the police. They didn't actually deal with the thing, but it did happen. So there was a lawsuit involved. It all depends. We're talking about British court here and California law. So I have no clue whether that would apply there.
So this is currently only California. Yeah, I don't know about British law. I'm not a barrister. I don't know.
I'm not going to try.
But yeah, it is kind of interesting. So this is the tweet that they were able to find. And then it goes a little bit further than that. I don't know. She had some confusing answers in her Piers Morgan interview. But, I
and
think
easily
to that in
found.
just 1 second.
And it's from the Fiona Harvey 2014 account from September 23rd, 2014. And it says, at Mr. Richard Gadd, my curtains need hung badly. So it seems that the internet very quickly found her Twitter account.
Whilst bantering with you, Richard Gadd told you he'd like to hang your curtains. Is that true?
This, I think, was a holy arms joke about curtains and a lot of sexual innuendo.
He did say
no
that.
shit.
Yeah.
Okay, 23rd of September, my curtains need hung badly.
We were trying to encourage him because with this first show or something like that.
The question of, by his
But you
own
don't know him.
admission, he has said that he
So that was the thing. So she was responding to why she sent that tweet in 2014. And that was encouragement for the one-man show that he was doing about baby reindeer. So it is kind of interesting, her timing of that whole... Yeah.
Oh, wait. So she had that reply to the stage show about her.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, she actually had 3 different replies. I grabbed all of them and kind of compiled them into
She didn't
this
have a
first
problem
one.
with it until it became a Netflix show?
Apparently. Until
What the fuck
people
is her
started harassing her
problem?
on Twitter. She doesn't want to be stalked on Twitter. Come on. That would be unruly.
Undignified.
people contacting you unwantedly on
She
a social
can hang
media
her
platform?
own curtains. Thank you very much.
Wait a minute. So okay. So I am genuinely confused now about something. Okay, so
yes,
she's claiming that the defense for the show is being truthful, but that would make it more easy to identify her and more.
But she also said it's lying.
Right. So, like,
well, she's going to explain that she never actually said it to him, even though she tweeted it to him. She didn't mean it in that way, even though it's a euphemistic joke that they used about the holy arms. Really, she meant it in a different way, because you see, she turned him down. It's convoluted, but she gave a bunch of different answers for this. That was kind of the other thing. Piers Morgan's style of interview, he kind of circled back to the same question numerous times, and then her style of answering is she gave a different answer every single time. It really is worth watching the whole thing. I've kind of weirdly Tarantino'd it, but this is kind of towards the beginning. Yeah, it's interesting for sure. But yeah, I figured it was worth kind of grabbing her 3 answers on what the curtains comment meant, seeing as how that's how people online tracked her down.
Yeah, there is a way. It seems flimsy to me, but I guess we'll see. But do we have more from the lawyer about that?
Not the lawyer, but one other thing coming up shortly. I believe it's another person who has previously talked to a lawyer about her, but not her lawyer specifically.
He led you on at times. And he clearly
I gave him the brush off. He asked me to sleep with him with a big green spot in his face one day. I said, no, I'm sorry, I'm not interested.
He asked you to do what?
He asked me to sleep with him.
Big green
he said,
spot?
would I like my curtains fixed? And I laughed. And he said, that's a euphemism. Do you want me to come home with you? And I said, I've got a boyfriend. I gave him the brush off big time, I think. You know, subtly so, but the bottom line is, I think this is behind him. No, I don't fancy him.
But then I returned the joke.
I don't fancy little boys without jobs.
That's what's getting me here, Charles.
That sounds awful. That sounds really, really callous, but you know.
It says within days after release of Baby Reindeer on April 11th, 2024, members of the public identified Fiona Harvey as Martha. Total strangers began to message Harvey on Facebook and call her. The messages below are just some of the Facebook users with names beginning with the letter A. And then it has a whole lot of, it looks like cut and pasted statements. It said things like, did you stalk Richard? Are you a stalker? Are you on Netflix? Are you the stalker? You're insane. Are you Martha Scott? Baby Reindeer, can I hang your curtains? Baby Reindeer is not a true story. It is a lie created by Gad and distributed by Netflix. Well, Gad's not the one being sued. Gad confesses in Baby Reindeer that he has a deep psychological need for attention so intense that in the past he willfully prostituted himself to another man to advance his career.
This is definitely her.
I don't think that's what the show says.
Oh my God.
You're going to have to let me know if you agree with that or not. It goes on.
Like, how is that relevant to
That is a
you?
wonderful
Why are
pause, by
you
the way.
talking about that? Why are you talking about that?
And Charles, you've seen the show. Do you think that would be an accurate summary? That, you know, he has deep psychological need for attention and he willfully prostituted himself to another man to advance his career.
Yes.
Yes.
Interesting. That is an interesting take on it. I would have thought that that's extremely uncharitable. I see that he puts himself at risk and then puts himself in a vulnerable situation where somebody seems to have taken advantage of him. But maybe I'm giving it too much credit.
Well, maybe.
I mean, I'm answering your hyperbole.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
It is. Thank you for answering with hyperbole.
Are you eating out of your hyperbole right now?
Yes. I've got pretzels.
Well, it's because technically you could say he didn't say no, did he? Right? I don't know.
Well, yeah. I mean, technically,
It's unclear if he could have said anything at the time.
Yeah, under the influence for certain. It's such a nasty episode that they have a warning before it.
Yeah, and it is a dark episode.
Yeah.
They use another director who kind of takes over at that point, and it is crazy intense and deep. Yeah, I think they handled it pretty tastefully, though, considering the subject matter. But yeah, it's a tough thing to watch.
It's good.
But fair enough. I just thought it was a little bit distasteful how they're trying to portray that, and very inflammatory in this actual court filing.
In all seriousness, yeah, that's a bizarre exaggeration. It's ridiculous.
Yeah.
Especially to do that in a court document where you're accusing them of being defamatory, where like you're just essentially doing that back.
Yeah, are they trying to say you're telling lies are they trying to show that as a lie? Or
well, they're also saying that he's unreliable because remember, he's a drug user and he has a psychological need for attention, and he willfully prostituted himself. So I don't know what that's supposed to mean. I guess it's supposed to paint him as a liar and unreliable, but
using hyperbole in a thing where you're trying to treat drama as fiction, as nonfiction, is really, I don't know. It seems like double standards, to say the least.
Yeah.
I'm just not understanding the logic of it. Like how this serves them. But yeah, that's gone.
Well,
money.
It did kind of seem like in her interview with Piers, she was saying that that Gad had this chance to kind of defame her and say her story, but she didn't get a chance to say hers. And then she was quite upset with Piers Morgan and possibly was going to also sue him after that interview. So I think she's still saying that she hasn't had a chance to really tell her story. So I'm wondering if she's not doing some of that in this court filing. But I don't know. I am just speculating here. No hyperbole.
On to say, Harvey has never been convicted of any crime and has never been to prison. Attached as Exhibit 1 is a certificate confirming that Harvey has no convictions, cautions, reprimands, or warnings.
So one thing about the certificate that they provided, I didn't want to include it or anything like that. You can find it online. But it's a basic certificate. There's apparently 3 levels of certificate. The basic one goes back 5 years. So this is an incident that supposedly happened in 2014. So even a basic one would not cover anything. And the other thing is they can be, I forget, it's not expunged. I forget what they call it, but basically it's taken off your record in Scotland after a certain amount of time. So that wouldn't show up on the basic one. There is like 2 other levels. One of them shows back, I think it's like 15 years or something like that. And then there's a super comprehensive one that shows everything like ever on the record. So they just went for the basic one, which, you know, just it only going back 5 years, it wouldn't show that. But in the show, they do say that she was convicted for 5 years. So that would actually cover that time that the show is saying that this character got convicted. But it wouldn't actually demonstrate that she never had any sort of court attention for this particular issue.
Okay.
So just a little bit of a distinction there.
That claim is going to be difficult. The rest of everything set aside and the rest of this lawsuit taking shots at the writer of Baby Reindeer, if this is not true, it's going to be difficult for Netflix. Netflix and Gad have never to this day contacted Harvey directly or indirectly to confirm Gad's story. Defendants never obtained any confirmation from any governmental authority confirming that Harvey had been convicted of any crime. Defendants did not investigate Gad's claim that Harvey sexually assaulted him or recklessly and or intentionally disregarded the truth of those defamatory statements, which goes towards defamation of a public figure, right?
So wouldn't that kind of put you at the whims of, okay, if your abuser or whatever does not sign off on it, you can't tell your story? If they're saying that. So that would seem to be Piers's thing, is that they had a care of duty to actually reach out to Fiona to get her like okay on this story before publishing or before making the series. It seems like, you know, an abuser would forever have the chance to be like, no, I'm not signing off on that. You can't tell that story. Like, why would they ever sign off on it?
Why would they? Yeah.
To share my cynical opinion on how exploitative Hollywood is, the fact that Netflix has not taken the series down while being sued for it basically says that they're going to parlay this into another series from her perspective or cover the case itself.
Yeah.
Season 2.
I mean, there's always season 2.
Oh my God. Yeah. I think you're right on that one.
But yeah, you're right. I mean, why would they? They have a precedent of, settling out of court for a lot of these lawsuits. They've been sued about a lot of them. There's the Queen's Gambit one, and there's like the other ones that I'm blanking on right now. But, I'm good at that. I remember parts of the story.
What happened with Queen's Gambit?
There was a lawsuit that was settled outside of court, and both sides paid their own legal fee, but there's, I think, some undisclosed part of it.
Queen's Gambit, from what I remember, the problem with it is that much like with the Chernobyl series, they combined stuff together, but they did so that their character had other people's accomplishments.
Mm-hmm.
Wasn't Queen's Gambit based off of a book, though? Which was in turn based off of other people?
I don't know. I just remember
it, and that's why I enjoyed it.
But this question here, it is like, would this have any even a chance at all if they just said based on a true story instead of this is a true story?
Probably would have still come out. That's a good question. It's probably going to change the way that anything is labeled in the future. Yeah, I would think that it would change it, but part of the conceit is, and you kind of get to it at the end where you realize that this Donnie Dunn character has been kind of writing his memoir. So that's kind of him writing it. It's not necessarily Netflix telling you this is a true story. But then when you pair that with the marketing of, I can't remember the exact wording, but it appeared right there like true story. So I don't know. And then they double down in front of Parliament saying, again, this is a true story, but it's got the word story in there. This is a true lie. I don't know.
I guess, if it's got the word story, what does that mean?
Yeah, that makes it
another hit TV show, True
more
Lies.
complicated rather than what is it? Was it a true history or a true accounting of events? I mean, the story part. I mean, you could say that the story there is doing the heavy lifting, but I mean, we don't in America, we don't have like regulation on it, on precise language. So,
well, depends on your state.
Yeah, and this is California where they have kind of, it's Hollywood, so they've got kind of specialty rules. And she does go through that, Emily D. Baker, when she goes through the thing and kind of explains some of the particulars that California has with their, forget exactly what you call it, but it's essentially like a public figure defamation. It's slightly different. And then they've got a specialty variant that kind of covers Hollywood.
Yeah.
So,
Emily D. Baker, for record, she was, I don't think she currently is, she a prosecutor for, she did criminal prosecution in California, so she knows a bit about California law, but she also didn't do civil or defamation. She didn't do these kind. So this isn't her field, even if it is her state. So she has a leg up in that she probably has contacts and has heard about these cases and colleagues and whatnot. And she has definitely has as legal, a lawyer, as a practicing
she has
lawyer,
legal sense.
So I mean, there's both positives and negatives about any lawyer's commentary on any particular topic.
Okay, let's go.
Indeed. So Fiona wants to be inflammatory one more time, so I figured I'd grab this from that original interview.
Why would two people who have no contact with each other at all, Laura Ray and Richard Gadd, why would they both portray you as a very unpleasant
I don't know why Richard Gadd has, but Laura Walker, it was certainly because I was going for parliamentary selection.
The two different, you get my point, two different people.
Yeah, but Richard Gadd has Googled that. Richard Gadd has used that as
well, that's in the drama.
Show.
Is when they find out that you had previously harassed this family.
I haven't harassed that family.
It's unbelievable that after the things she did, that she can say she wasn't harassed.
So this is Laura Ray or Laura Walker, who is the MP's wife who was harassed. So she also did an interview on Piers Morgan. So yeah, she was just saying like, I can't believe she has said that she never harassed my family. And then, yeah, she's going to kind of go on from there and explain her experience.
Harassing my family. Of course she was harassing my family.
For many years.
For many years. For longer than Richard Gadd. It's hard to say, really.
Why wasn't she
convicted
then?
She's got any convictions or not. I know that the newspapers have looked for them and can't find them. In Scotland, convictions can be spent after a certain number of years.
But it says that she was convicted, for example, for 4.5 years for what she did to you and your family.
Well, she wasn't convicted for that. I didn't press any kind of criminal charges.
Why not?
So that is
untrue. So that's untrue.
Why not?
I mean,
she's going to explain.
For the sort of things she did to me, even if I had pressed for some kind of criminal conviction, I don't think she would have got very long, if any kind of custodial sentence. Basically, the police say unless she actually comes up and physically attacks me, there's nothing they can do to protect me. You're looking at somebody.
There's no
Sorry, I was muted. So not really in Scotland at the time. And then he goes on and asks her more like, has the UK changed in the last few years? And she's saying that Scotland hasn't, but it does appear that England has a little bit more, got on the, anti-stalking train. But what she's accused of is not like physical violence, but do watch this interview. She documents a whole bunch of it and explains just how horrible it was. But what she would do is call the law firm's answering machine every single day, completely fill the tape every single night. She would hang out in front of the building. When this lady went to college to get an even more impressive degree, somehow Fiona found out about it and would just hang out outside of the class. So then she tried to get like the officials in that school to like kick her out, and they're saying she's not enrolled here. There's nothing that we can do about it. It is a public school, so she can be around.
That is not how that works. What?
In Scotland, it's a little bit different. It seems like it. And then she started contacting child services, saying that they were abusing their deaf child, their child with special needs, and had many investigations kind of opened on her. And it just kind of kept going to the point where she kept talking to the police and she kept trying to see, okay, is there anything that you guys will do to stop this? And they're saying if it doesn't get physical, we can't do anything about it. Wow. So then she does explain the certificate that she did take out, but for some reason it was never. So it's kind of like a, what do they call that? A restraining order type deal. Like you can't step within so many feet, and then it's supposed to be renewed. But if she had additional contact with her, they would renew it for like a full year. She didn't contact them within that time, so it did lapse. So there is kind of record of that, but it's no actual like conviction or any sort of actual criminal problem. It's just basically a I forget what they call that permit, but yeah, you can't be within so many feet of her.
Who has a pattern of stalking, who stalked quite a number of people apart from myself. People have been coming out of the woodwork to me, frightened to come forward, but letting me know that they know what's going on.
Do you have any doubt that she is a dangerous stalker?
I have no doubt she's a dangerous stalker, no doubt whatsoever.
So yeah, that's just kind of a taste of a bunch of these different interviews. But I gotta say, Piers Morgan is actually doing some entertaining content recently. I was not a fan in the recent past, but man, he's getting some interesting interviews, and the way that he was able to kind of masterfully ask some of these questions and circle back to get different answers from her. I assume that the defense is going to heavily use that interview. Get a chance. If you get a chance, check out all those. My clips did not do it justice, but it's a fun rabbit hole to go down if you really want to see the weirdness of everything. And it's a really good show on top of that. Yeah, I think it's one of my favorites that I've seen on Netflix. It's uncomfortable, but in a really,
I mean, it looks fun,
how do you call it, enthralling way.
It looked entertaining, so I'm probably going to watch it. But
it's
you're a comedy guy. Would you call it comedy? What would you bill this as?
The comedy in that is very cringy.
And why does it fit into the horror genre?
Horror.
It's.
I mean, she's kind of a monster coming after him. It is. I don't know. It would be the same way that like suspense fits into horror. Like it's not really horror. There's no monster, but it is tense.
Dorkus, what were you going to say?
I found it to be a very tough watch, exactly because of what Gray was saying. It's very intense.
Yeah.
Would you say that those curtains created the tense?
And a lot of very uncomfortable things.
Yeah, it's socially a horror movie for different perspectives. What happened?
Okay. So, well, the least that I've heard about it, or the most I've watched only snippets of it. Like Gordon was watching it, and I saw a bit of it, and it seems like it is very emotional. And what reviewers have said about this is that it's what makes it so fascinating is that one of the things that the psychology tube is doing as well is speaking about whether she is a victim or he is a victim, and is there such a thing as like the perfect victim, and things like that, which is that's quite a good story if it's making people ask those questions.
The problem is if you take this story for the series for what it's telling you, everybody's flawed, quite significantly so.
Yeah, there is no hero in this.
Right.
And in fact, it may come full circle.
Right.
Heroes may become villain.
It's quite open-ended that, your hero could actually be the next villain.
And not everybody is perfect. Well, or not everybody who is a victim is also perfect in every other way.
Yeah, just because I'm the protagonist of this story doesn't mean I'm not the antagonist of somebody else.
Somebody else's. Yeah, that's a cool one. Yeah.
I hope to be the antagonist of someone else's.
That's what I am.
That's stalkers out there.
You do have the black hat on. You are in your antagonist arc right now.
And I do have my lighting set for villain.
There you go.
So,
but never orange green-esque lighting of this. I'm an alien on Mars, sitting in my command center, planning the invasion of Earth. Kind of feel.
You were saying, Kitty?
Mysterious blue glow in the background. I don't know what that is, but it looks.
Yeah, and the skull, is that Skellington? You've covered him now. What is that? That's
bisexual lighting.
It's a Martian trophy of a rare and dangerous beasts from the Olympus.
Oh, you're talking about?
Yeah.
This?
That one. Yeah.
That's a critter.
It's a critter. Okay.
I wasn't sure if it was critter or monkey shines, but it's nice. I like it.
He's a dude.
But nevertheless, I am unconvinced that this is a legitimate case so far. Like this feels like an attention case. Now, I'm no expert, but that's just how I feel about it.
The main thing is the fact that they said that this character is a convicted felon, and supposedly she hasn't been. So I don't know. That's their main crux of it.
But they still have fun. But if it goes to court, they don't have a strong case because. Okay, I preferred it when it was further away. Thanks.
We can't really say that though, Kitty, because there could be some roundabout way that this turns into a very interesting case that doesn't get settled. Even if there's no standing, there's stuff that has happened that way before. So
it's
not
case.
Open and shut.
I would be interested to see how it goes if it does get further than that. It does seem like this personality is enjoying this and doing this on purpose, and that doesn't bode well for her, I don't think. But what we need to take from this now is ask ourselves the question. The whole point we're talking about, we're using this as a launch board for true story media. So there's some questions to ask ourselves and to see where the line is for us with true stories.
Everything we say on this podcast is true. Everything. Based on
we are the law. Yes. Not only we are objectively and scientifically correct, we are morally sound as well. And we retain the right to impose our morals on you with military force. God bless.
Military force, oh boy.
Yes.
But he said God bless afterwards, so it's fine.
Yeah, I'm doing the most
In Minecraft
rated Democratic Crusader hee-haw parody. But yeah.
So
if you disagree with us, you will be liberated. Okay?
No, so look, you guys brought some examples of true stories, and yeah, it's not that it's unprecedented and usually one of the things that could make this case weak is because I don't know, I'm just thinking of people, the way they love to bring up a reasonable person in court. A reasonable person, you could say most of the time we have now gotten to the point where even if it says it's a true story, we will go and say how much of it is a true story. That we'll go and investigate at least at a later stage.
So that kind of leads me to like two thoughts. Like, would a reasonable person watch the end credits though and see that like some characters are fictionalized and the dialogue has changed? I don't think a reasonable person would. I think Netflix usually kicks that away and does like the next episode. So I'm not sure if you even see that unless you watch the full credits, because I know it's like the very last frame of it. And then my other thing is like,
oh, sorry, go ahead. Finish your thought.
Just the reasonable person. Like, do they think that everything is actually accurate? Like, no way that you're going to remember the dialogue and anything like that. For sure has to be all fictionalized. Like maybe you're going to recap ideas, but there's no way you're going to get the dialogue right. So I guess what is that percentage that would be reasonable to be changed and still called a true story?
See, that's what I was going to say. Because, I mean, in my mind, the reasonable person would assume that even though it's, quote, a true story, for the sake of making a goddamn film, there will not be truth in there. There might be subjects of it that could be true, but you cannot make the assumption that everything you're saying is saying or seeing is absolutely 100% what happened.
Yeah, like I that's what, when I watch a movie, so like I am the reasonable person, okay? I'm the standard. If I watch a movie that says it's true, one of the things that especially if I enjoy it, I'll go and see how much of it was true. And that's great. But that's part of, I think, being a reasonable person is understanding that, yes, it says it's true, but because of the reality of storytelling and all of that and filmmaking, that it's not the truth that you are seeing here. Even if it says it is a true story, I think that the haze that is surrounded by the word story actually comes to mind. That is, we were talking about a little bit earlier, where story is, what is a story? Because when you're telling a story, it's not showing exactly how it was before. It's how it was remembered. So it makes sense. It seems like a reasonable person would just want to know what bits of this sequence was true.
I suppose that's where the question is, isn't it?
So what is the answer, boys? You can't, like, I could carry on talking. Listen, I can talk to myself for 4 hours, but you guys are here so you can talk too. Come on.
Sorry, I'm just so focused on the entire different like story arc that's going on in chat right now.
The interaction, chat interaction is going on.
I think Charles had an awesome definition of story, which is an account of past events in someone's life or in the evolution of something, i.e. the story of modern farming, a film based on a true story. So I don't know. To me, that it still seems like it's not saying an accurate account or a one-for-one account. It's just an account of past events. So I don't know. I assume there's going to be heavily fictionalized. In my opinion,
of past events.
Yeah.
So if I write a science fiction book, that can't be considered a story because it's not.
Well, did it happen a long time ago in a place far, far away?
I see what you're doing, but no, what if we were to just, I'm proposing a change to the definition. What if we were to just say an account of events and maybe add in, if in the sub, what if we make that definition of story and then we can make it story and below that historic documentary or something, or then we can add to the definition an account of past historical events told for educational purposes. Or if we wanted a comedy, then we can just make it an account of events told for entertainment purposes. Like
society has kind of already qualified things by saying your truth. This is my truth.
That's a bad thing to say.
This
but okay.
is Richard Gadd or Donnie Dunn, the character's truth.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. Are we going to get that in legal now? Is it good?
Yeah, in legal, you can't do
my
that.
truth doesn't matter.
Yeah, you can't. No, you can't be like, oh, well, my truth, and then there is, the whole thing of there's 3 parts to the story. My side,
Your
my
Honor,
side, your side.
I believed what I was doing was right.
Therefore, I'm fine, and not.
Here's what they could have done, though. There's one thing that they could have done that might have radically changed this whole situation. And instead of saying this is a true story, they could say none of this is true except for Martha. Fuck you, Martha.
That's how season 2 starts.
It's like, just go away from the passive aggressive, get straight up aggressive.
Yeah, that's okay. Okay, but Chris, think about this, right?
Yeah.
I saw you bring that up, but we could go. A reasonable person seeing this as a series would understand that this is a true story applies to all of the episodes, because it is a story. The story doesn't. It's not. It's episodic, not like an what do you call them? An anthology.
So it doesn't end on the first episode.
Yeah.
No,
so they can easily
the
walk
end of
past
it
that.
circles back around where you realize that like he has been writing kind of his memoir, and this is part of that. You wouldn't get that upon first viewing. If you just watch the first episode, you're just going to see the words typed out like that. But it kind of circles back. Some of this, like there is that conceit that he is writing this, so it is a true story from the character's point of view. But yeah, it only says that at the start of one episode, where the end of every episode it says things are fictionalized in that thing that nobody watches.
Yeah, in that thing. That's the only argument I have, is that nobody watches it. It's like, well, then what is it there for? Why is it there? Why is it considered valid then? Well,
yeah, but then we can slip into the realm of like nobody watches, but then what about people who don't read the labels on stuff and then they do the bad thing anyway? Like you go into the realm of well, nobody watches that, and then they could respond, well, I did my duty, legal bound obligation of putting out the warning to XYZ. It's not my fault that and then you could get into the whole argument of like, would it have been better if it was placed at the front of it? Do we need to make the text bigger on the label that says don't put this in your mouth or you will die? We will get to that whole conversation again, which is the only reason we even have like the whole thing in front of movies of like this is fictional or any coincidence between this and reality is the only reason we even have that is because of fucking Rasputin, because in the Rasputin movie that they made way back when, they portrayed someone who was still alive in a light that wasn't exactly favorable, and then there was a huge shitstorm about that, and that's where originally the warning, the fictional events or whatever, was born. And now we would have to alter that again in another way, but you need a far stronger argument than just people don't watch it anyway, because then I could just say no one reads the label, so why the fuck do you even put it there? So
that begs the question, when is the death of Stalin getting sued for inaccuracies?
No, it's already getting banned. Like it's heavily, like in Russia, it was. What were the exact words? It slanders the great beloved leader. It was something like that extent. I don't remember exactly what the words were.
Hold up. Foxrew has something to say.
Yep.
Oh, I gotta get going, so I just wanted to say bye, everyone.
Oh my god, and Foxrew is leaving before me? What universe is it? We are in the wrong timeline, guys. Some Mandela effect. Timeline. We just changed into an
This is the true story timeline.
Yeah.
You will be missed, sir. It's not the same with you.
Yeah, you have a good one.
Bye.
See you.
Foxrew, as Artem says.
So yeah, the death of Stalin was already heavily attacked, and I think
you're talking about the comedy, right? Because that's what I'm referring to.
The
death of Stalin, the comedy.
The one that we watched.
Yeah. Oh, you mean the event?
No, Charles, Charles is just hyperactive. He needs to continuously do something. He needs to spin like a hamster on coffee, because otherwise nothing is good is happening, and it's going to go into chat and going to turn into a helicopter.
Go back to your TikTok.
US
Gen
Charles
Z.
is fucked. UK Charles is a little more.
Yeah, so it did got but
UK Charles uses his pinky whenever he picks something up. Floats his pinky out.
Don't lose your train of thought, Hydra. Go.
My train of thought was they were attacked really hard, and I don't recall. They may have been banned, may not have been banned, or something. They pushed really hard to get rid of that, because it's, even though it's literally true, and the whole reason of that movie, The Death of Stalin, which is an absolutely amazing movie. I recommend anyone who wants some dark, real historical comedy to watch that, because it exposes the realities of living in the Soviet Union, which is a setting that is so surreal, but at the same time it happened and you need to know about it. It got attacked for slander, but it wasn't, and they specifically held themselves to the standard of no, this isn't fictional. We made this as realistic as possible. We don't have access to the precise conversations that went on between these high-level Soviet leaders, but all of the events that happen in the movie were portrayed as realistically as possible, and all of the people were portrayed as realistically as possible as well. And the
Did they have a warning at the end of it, though?
And the part of it that was fiction were only the private conversations that we don't know about.
Nope, all of it was real.
So the words that I remember when we watched this, because we watched it with it, and I was like, "Is this for? Did that really?" I would ask every now and then, like, "Wait, no, for real?" And yes, I think that's the only thing.
Yeah, the vast majority of it for real. The only thing that was made up by the director were the words that the Soviet leaders spoke to each other in some of the.
Go get the doctors. There are no doctors.
That was, again, that scene. The dialogue was made up, but the actual things all played out, including the scalp removal. Yes, and so that.
Well, it seems like that would fit Fiona's claim then, that it would either have to be veritas or the story would have to be true. So it seems like that is, since that's basically the same thing. It seems like that would fit under that. But what about some of the weirder ones? Okay, so Abraham Lincoln Vampire Hunter, we all know that's a historical fiction. Okay, that's not really the thing.
It's a better film than Lincoln.
Fair enough. Wow. But I don't know. I'm trying to think of another weird one. I guess it's really along those same lines, but El Conde from last year. It's a Chilean movie. It's about Pinochet, but he's a vampire. But it also has Margaret Thatcher as a vampire and a whole bunch of other people.
Oh, that makes sense.
It's really weird. It is a dark comedy, but they're not really playing it as comedy. It really is just a weird dark horror film. But I don't know. It's worth seeing. I'm not going to say it's the greatest movie ever, but it's got some amazing visuals, especially
the
fun of
Margaret Thatcher. I'm down.
Margaret Thatcher, the vampire. You need to do some conspiracy about the Falklands War and the price of milk skyrocketing in Britain. You need to tie that in. There's a good storyline there somewhere. You have to do it. Come on.
But would that be slander to make somebody into a vampire? Okay, so you turn Lincoln into a vampire hunter, you've made him a badass. But to say somebody's a monster. I don't know.
No, because you put in that this is a fictionalized series of events.
Any reasonable person would know it's not fiction. Or fiction. Not that it's not fiction.
A reasonable
wow,
person.
We almost ruled out.
Freudian slip.
Okay, so we have no answer here. Nobody is giving me answers. I'm very dissatisfied.
I'm cool with all of it. I'm just assuming everything I see is fake, but it's enjoyable and it affected me in the real world. Even if it was fictitious, I assumed it was. So I don't know. I'm in favor of all of it. It makes sense to me. I like the weird ass El Conde movie, which kind of portrays certain dictators as creatures, if you will. I don't know. It's really artistic. Creatures. It's a different way, and I wish I'd seen the one that Hydra described. That sounds awesome. I wish I was there for that watch. I got to watch that one.
Oh,
but that seems like there's so much value in that. You would learn so much from that. I don't know, even something as stupid as, Abraham Lincoln Vampire Hunter, like I got entertainment value out of it. I'm not going to say it's a great film, but I don't know. I think I chuckled a couple times.
This reminds me
I don't know. I'm for all of it.
Yes, you can. This reminds me that it's important. What all of this is, it's surreal, but it's entertainable, and there is really good entertainment to be drawn from this surrealism, and it doesn't just go to this. It can be doing fantasy, horror, all of these different genres, but taking something historical and making it slightly surreal. That like Margaret Thatcher, but actually she's a vampire. You can make it really interesting. It reminds me of the of the Monument Mythos, which is a really good
I know that well
series. You can check it out on YouTube. Absolutely amazing. To put it in a sentence which absolutely does not do it justice, is an alternate reality where American monuments exist to hide giant monsters that people are being sacrificed to. That's it. Like the fact that you're going to take something that exists, that we take as so fundamental and historical and natural, almost as a foundational pillar of the universe. Like Margaret Thatcher existed, was a divisive figure and did things. American monuments there, people go there all the time. And you can put this sudden twist on it about what if it was completely upside down and for this other reason? What if Margaret Thatcher was the LND because she was a fucking vampire? Or what if the monuments are visited because people are being sacrificed a monster? It's an artistic form to do this surreal twist. I like it. It can be done really well.
Okay, to kind of like flip it on its ear or whatever, I'm sure all of us have had like a bad relationship or some sort of relationship, whatever level, that ended poorly. Would you be okay with somebody, the other person, telling the story from their point of view and painting you in not a good light?
They do it anyway.
I mean, I don't think I have an issue with that. I assume that's going to happen, but okay, so that's kind of what happened with poor Fiona here, except for it became the most popular show in all of Netflix.
Yeah, it's not your ex telling his friends. Like it's not that. Yeah.
I don't think it changes it for me, but would that change it for any of you? Would you go after them and be like, that's not accurate, like you can't say that? I don't know.
If it made me lose my job, that would be where I would take legal action.
I would,
because that's
I would also. I think so.
Yeah,
if
exactly.
If it's not true, if you're literally but one of the things that you pointed out, Bimo, is that she seemed to be okay with him making money off of it as a one-man show.
I know.
And then when it came to Netflix, then it was like, oh, Netflix, you're not doing it.
I've got no clue what's going through this lady's mind, but she actually seems insane just off of the interviews.
Yeah,
I only grabbed a portion of it. Watch the whole thing and then judge.
I will definitely watch the whole thing and judge her to be insane. But right now, just with what I was given, she definitely seems unhinged because she was contradicting herself mere sentences after saying, well, it's a lie, but it's not a lie. And then just kept going. Just in the footage that you showed me, Greg.
Ooh,
Yeah.
Fiona comes to Netflix. Taylor Swift needs to watch your back.
Ooh.
Well, no, you see, yeah, I suppose.
Hey,
what's
new
that?
subscriber.
Thank you, Mo. Or Moo.
Welcome.
Yeah. Imagine if history class was just a bunch of made-up facts to push a narrative. Okay, fine, you got it.
It's
That
some
would be
places
silly.
it is. It's been definitely tried throughout history that's what people try to turn history class into.
No, everything's 100% accurate.
Well, guys.
A quick TLDR just to close down the
Yeah.
whole. Would you be okay with your ex doing this kind of story summary thing? I think that the clear points that all of you described in your own perspective are really weighed down on is that the most important things are impact and clarity. What does the story do and how? What is its result? Does it cause you to lose your job, etc., etc.? There is a scale there. And then how does it describe the events, fiction or fact? And this is another scale there about whether or not they gave like, this is my recollection, this is how I experienced it, or this definitely 100% happened, or it's fictionalized, etc. Those are, I think, the two main scales that are taken into consideration. That is just a closure on that topic.
And we'll keep an eye on the actual court case. Anything else
If it's
you're close
interesting.
with? Yeah. Gray. I mean, thank you for putting your collection there together. That helped us.
Yes,
a
thank
lot
you,
in this
Gray.
segment. Yeah.
Yeah, that's just the drop in the bucket. There's just so much in this. Good luck. Enjoy if you're going down that rabbit hole. But I'll kind of keep an eye on it. It sounds like it's going to affect a lot of media with that whole true story thing. So
Yeah, Charles.
we'll see.
You're gonna have to not ever say it's a true story, guys, in your comment.
I need Netflix to win this because I don't know what the hell I'm exposed to if I don't know. I don't want to.
You're exposed to true stories.
Only. Ever.
Only. But I mean, if I had an ex and my ex wrote a story that completely maligned me, but my name was not BMO, but my name was for some reason Jeff or something of the sort.
What if it's
one? Well, here's the thing. Why the hell would I admit to that being true?
Exactly. Jesus.
What if they give it your same hair and accent?
Okay, I look like billions of different people. So it's just that's not gonna help.
So you just be like, oh, that.
Sorry, I can always play the defense of that's not about me until I go to someone and say, hey, that's totally about me and I'm pissed about it because I'm not getting paid.
But if they cast you for that,
If they cast me for the role, first of all, I'd be a little bit of respect for my ex for wanting to cast me in the role of the person that they hate. Like that is some dedication. But no, I wouldn't take that role. No.
But listen, Bimo, you got death threats, okay? You were forced into revealing that it was you, and now you're suing for millions.
Forcing?
Don't you understand? Your hand was forced to launch this lawsuit because people on the internet were mean.
Well, also, I don't publicize my conversations with people. Well, that's not true because I'm on a freaking podcast right now. But, it's like the relationships I have with folks, I keep those private for a reason because it's no one else's goddamn business. So
what dialogue in the show pointed to a public tweet that you did at some point that you've never taken down?
I mean, that would be really funny, but I would completely still play the defense card. I would not admit to that being about me because that's more embarrassing.
And maybe just not even engage.
That's what I said. If this resulted in people assuming it's about me losing my job and more reputation damage, then I would have to do a legal defense. But that would be as far as it would go. It would have to actually affect my life. I don't know if this actually affected her life.
The issue is if this woman is essentially what this show is trying to tell you she is, and what seems like she is from the interviews, she's got some form of personality disorder. She's got at least BPD or something.
But a lovely accent.
What?
Lovely accent.
A lovely accent, you know.
Yeah.
Quite nice.
Oh, are you saying goodbye, Congo, Chris?
Well, are we actually going to get on to the bit now?
Are we?
Yes, we have enough time.
Okay.
And yes, if everybody gets sad and sore, we'll do a drawing. We'll do some Gartic, but we do have enough time to do the slur topic.
The grand finale.
Yeah, if everybody is ready. Anyone
Could we
wants to
wait like 1 minute so I can go away for 1 minute? Talk about other things for a sec because I want to be at the start of this.
Okay.
Fair enough.
Well, we can carry on talking about what do you call it? Martha or Fiona. Look,
yeah.
I think that's the line for me as well. What is the show's effect on my life? And look, if it was just the death threats, I wouldn't have done it. I wouldn't have carried on. But if people had started stalking me and affecting my life in a real way, then maybe. But it seems like what she's done is just made it worse for herself. I can't get away from that. I really can't get away from that.
And I thought I clipped it in there, but apparently I clipped it out. But the only threat that they showed was just your days are numbered. So, I mean, it is a threat, but it seems weak as far as the degree of threat in there. I would assume if they had more substantial of a death threat, they would have put that in that actual suit. How poorly they were trying to portray, Martha's experience online, but still, that would suck to get like inundated with a whole bunch of, you're a stalker. Are you a stalker? Is this you?
Especially
and
if
then
you're not a
they
stalker.
they were also sending a bunch of memes to her as well. So, I'm surprised they didn't include some of the memes in the lawsuit, seeing as how they had other pictures. But that would suck for sure. But she did have the option to shut down the account, which she said that she did right before she went on to the Piers Morgan interview. So I don't know. And then, as Charles pointed out, there's this portion in there where she talks about how she has a whole bunch of different email addresses and like Twitter accounts and stuff like that. And apparently she didn't have access to this one. Yeah, she has one per her phone because you don't want to switch accounts or anything like that. Instead, you just need a different phone for it. So it's kind of interesting, but
ultra scary.
I gotta say, this is a weird rabbit hole that I didn't anticipate going down, but it's really fun. We just scratched the surface. Again, go check it out on your own.
Okay, I have released the bigotry from my system, so we're good.
Okay,
we're good
great.
for this
You're ready?
conversation.
Okay, so a reminder.
I
of the
said all my
PSA
slurs.
Okay, a reminder of the PSA is that this is not an invitation to use slurs. This is actually, we just want to have an honest discussion about slurs, about repossessing slurs, all of that sort of stuff. We want to have a thinkers conversation. So let's do that.
My mama always told me that if you say something angry enough, it's a curse word.
Yeah, I guess, but if you say something nice enough, it doesn't suddenly not become a.
You were completely correct. But
Yeah.
if I pointed that out to my mother, you know what would have happened? I would have been grounded or spanked. All right.
Okay. Yeah, just so the reason that I'm talking about this now is so we just recently got new parliament people sworn in and whatever in South Africa. And one of these guys that was new in parliament, he has now been suspended because an old video came up of him using an egregious, like it is the worst word you could use in South Africa, I would say.
Out of curiosity, how old of a video would it be?
The word is Gordon.
Sorry. You guys didn't hear that, right?
We didn't. We just heard your response to it.
Oh my god, he farted so bad.
That was a fart that sounded like someone crumpling like plastic.
You did hear it then.
Oh yeah, I heard it.
They did hear it, Gordon, you shit face.
I rate it 9 out of 10.
Does it count as a slur?
Well done.
Butt thunder.
5 seconds.
Yeah, I assume that was somebody rustling a mic, but wow.
The clapping of the cheeks alerted the guards.
I tried. I did a PSA for everyone else. They're like, we're gonna have a serious conversation. Then this asshole comes out here literally and makes an noise.
Don't you love him?
Yes, I do.
It's the little things, all right?
No, Gordon, I'm trying to have a very 5 second. Literally, it was within a minute. I said earlier, we're having a serious conversation here, and you come out and butt thunder your way into the audio, and then we didn't hear it. And then I'm like, no, you farted, and they're like, oh, we heard it. Get out.
This is actually what happened during a D&D game I was in, where my brother had just got his character murdered, and there was a funeral, and he had prepared words, like the DM had prepared a eulogy for this character, and of course my brother rips like a 30-second long fart.
Oh
Completely
wow!
ruins the whole thing.
I farted. I did.
He was supposed to be dead, right?
He was known as the guy that will ruin every scene from then on.
with a fart or with anything?
With anything, but a fart especially.
Oh,
but carry on. Slurs equals lost job.
Oh, fucking hell. Yeah.
So getting back to the very serious subject.
Darling has said it sounded like you censored Gordon for saying that. He
So how long ago was the old video that was dug up? Like, is it decades or?
So it was in. He says if I go to his tweet, a snippet of a video that I posted 16 years ago, back in 2009, when I was young and still a student, has been recycled and posted on social media over the last few days. So it is. Look,
I'm glad there aren't recordings of me from 2009. I wasn't using that slur, but there are things that are currently unacceptable that was just so acceptable, like in my school and my friend groups. That window shifts, like, I don't know. Do you guys have a cutoff for it? Like, I think there are some words that are, inexcusable, but if it's something that was excusable, like in the 90s, or, this is 2009, I don't know.
It was not. It's never. Listen, this word is not excusable. You should not ever. I was trying to explain this to Americans or what. Yes, it is like the N word, but it has never. It's so offensive that it's never even been reclaimed. Really. It's never actually lost its power. It is. I don't know. Usually, I'm like, yeah, free speech, whatever. But I still don't want to ever hear these words. I don't. This word actually, it just. So point is, this guy now. Also, another thing to consider, Gray, is okay. So if you get fired from, I don't know, your job at Office Corp. Okay. That
Office Depot.
Yeah. Okay. So you get fired from that because of it. That kind of makes me go, why? And especially with the time that it took between, saying it and then being fired. But this guy has just become part of Parliament, so he is a government official person. So it does. He's supposed to be representing people and things like that. So the optics of it's not good. This has been around a long time, this video, and he has said he addressed it, and yes, there's context that makes it. He's doing this for a reason. He's illustrating a point, but that doesn't for me.
We can't show the video, by the way.
We can't.
But that sounds so much like the Joe Rogan controversy. Like,
I know,
so
right?
when he first started the Joe Rogan experience, like he would, instead of saying like the N word to kind of like show the power in a lot of it. The same thing happened to Anna Kasparian of the Young Turks. When a story would come up where it was used, he would actually say the word. So I'm with Anna Kasparian. And both of them got like these clip pieces that are just made of them every time they're using that word. So it doesn't matter the context. It's just, we now have a super clip or super cut of you saying that word this many times.
Same thing has happened to teachers where they're saying things in books word for word, and then they get fired from their jobs because they said the N word.
Yeah. Is there, so you're saying like this one's never been kind of reclaimed. So our closest word to that would be like the N word, but it's sort of been kind of reclaimed at different times. Like it was somewhat acceptable for like Tarantino to put it in his movies. I don't know if he would put it in a new movie now.
There was a movie with Adam Driver in it where he was saying it too.
Yeah. So I don't know, but it's not, meant, it's generally not used to portray a character that is correct. It's usually to show you like how bad a particular character is.
100% of the time.
Would you be uncomfortable seeing this word in any movie? Like the same way that like, I'm thinking like Django Unchained, like it's pretty uncomfortable when they're saying certain words. Would this one just be unacceptable?
No. It depends on if it was a period piece and it was going into the apartheid era. Absolutely, that is necessary, and it would hurt every single time that they say it. So, and that would be on purpose because you are supposed to feel that, especially in that context. So it's a different. Yeah, for me, I guess the context of it does make a difference. That's also what we're talking about here. Why we're talking about this, because I'm just fascinated by how I'm generally okay with people saying bad words, but this word to me, just I cannot handle it.
What if they were to remove the R from the end?
Exactly that. I was going to actually say that. I know it's a joke. I know it's a joke, but that never occurred with this word. That never.
Okay.
That sort of softening never happened. We try. A comedian tried what in South Africa you would call a colored comedian. Trevor Noah, you guys know him.
Yeah,
from
of course.
Oh,
he
right.
tried,
I know the bit. I think.
He tried to reclaim the word. He tried, and it was quite a great message. It was beautiful. Like he was like, we are past this. We don't use that word as a bad word anymore. He tried to, as part of art, reclaim it. And literally at the end of the show, he had people, like when they've got people with cameras after the show and was filming the audience. He actually asked them to say it, to like Item is talking about, to make it lose its power because you say it so often.
Ooh.
Yeah. Yeah, you would get
So that's
crappy if you
weird, 'cause
said
there's,
colored.
like-
Yes, exactly. Yeah.
Because there's two kind of trains of thought or schools of thought on that like one, it would normalize it, which means that it would also be normalized in the hateful ways. That like just because you're saying it in a way that's not hateful doesn't mean that another person who could then use it wouldn't. And then I guess the other thing is it would take the power away. I don't know.
I would like it not to upset me.
For sure.
I understand it is just a word, but it's just I can't. It's like a wall. There's no other word I can really think of that I hate more. And I don't know. I was 3 when apartheid ended. So it's not like I was sitting around in apartheid hearing this word all the time. I actually didn't hear it that much. I think maybe just learning about the history of it, that hits me. So then I sit and I see people are using it. Now I try and compare it to the N-word. And I see, okay, I'm like, okay, why are we always arguing about this word? It's been, is it allowed? By who gets to say it, kind of thing. With this word, it's like, nobody should even say it.
I have questions, but Hydra, he has to go soon, so he wanted to say some stuff.
Just to want to quickly say my piece on this, because I'll probably have to go in about 5 or 10 minutes. But this is a very interesting topic I have a lot to say on. So I'll try to be quick and concise, even though I could talk about this for hours. I always see a lot of people fighting about this topic. It exists forever. It's timeless, because slurs fundamentally from group behavior and thinking, which you're never going to get rid of as long as humans are humans, unless you turn themselves into supercomputers or a hive mind or something. There is always going to be the group differences and you are not quite like me, therefore bad. Even if we transcend and colonize to Mars, people will use slurs against Martians. Even if we upload ourselves into computer, some will call them whatever, fucking, I don't even know, like they will call them literal bots or an algorithm or something. Like if we go into another dimension or will get sentient AI, they will be racist against that. So it's possible to develop hatred between groups, and tension will fester as long as differences between entities exist that evolved in the same manner as we do, that being we have sapience and consciousness. Slurs are almost always considered so for stereotypical and simple reasons, but the power of the word itself is from a complex source. So if you were to visualize this a little bit as a pie chart, if you are still with me, the biggest slice, in my opinion, is that words are given power by people and groups because of our language. This power is granted both by those that use the slur and those that the slur targets. We can take away this power ourselves. It hurts people due to people deciding that it's a hurtful word. Even the targets who are suffering by this can take some measure to reduce this power. I'm not saying that it will completely be harmless if you don't consider it so, but this largest slice of the pie chart can be significantly reduced. Again, Voldemort, you know who. Words are powerful because you decide that they are. It's a very real thing, and this can provide some sort of leverage. I'm not saying it is a solution or that it will get rid of everything or that it will solve problems or that it will make it easier, but the power of this can be reduced. The second idea that is probably a significant slice is historical roots. Slumsers have in-depth origins that can be drawn upon for power or spiciness or a unique take on things. Like stuff that happened in certain parts of the world between groups that migrated or enslaved others or killed others. This happened all over the world between people of all sorts of colors, races, looks, like everywhere. It happened everywhere. It was completely independent of race. It was always the strong exploiting the weak as long as human society has existed. These can be fought by letting go of the past and embracing the future instead. Again, it's very easy to say this, but
ideal,
it's very to do. It's very idealistic, but not impossible. And that's the important part, because we can always strive to do better if we can. If we truly put our will and mind and soul to it, it can move mountains. Then there is also another portion, which is behavior descriptions. These are actions that are hated and despised, and then you ascribe this to a certain group. These can be like the C word. These can be resisted by looking at, and I'm using the word thingy because we agreed that we're going to use the word thing and not say the word. These can be resisted by looking at a specific person's actions and deeds rather than that of a group. And then again, not always easy. People struggle with it every day. And then finally, another slice that I'm almost certain is there that I've been able to identify is the characteristics of groups typically associated with them for political, religious, or stereotypical reasons, mainly like you kind of live like this, you follow these traditions, etc. And these can be weakened by focusing on an individual first, and then layers upon layers of groups they belong to from a certain perspective in a descending order of importance. The people closest to your closest friends, family, kind of the area you live in, maybe if you have a religion to follow, political orientation, all the way down until you reach male and female, and then finally Homo sapiens. So it's an infinitely, because we are humans and we make up shit all the time, infinitely long pyramid downwards. And I think that's why it gets less and less important as you go downwards. I think these are the main slices that I see definitely that they are there. But because people don't like complex and difficult things, which is the same reason slurs were invented in the first place, and they would rather have a quick and easy solution that they can slap on things, there will never be a complex debate or talk or solution where they will actually iron this out, because they'll just keep shouting about this back and then it's not going to actually be properly broken down and understood. So it's kind of a self-defeating issue, because we can solve it right here and down and properly explain
all agreed on something.
It should be slow, but it's never will be possible as long as humans are humans.
So I do have a reply, but Kitty, you look like you have something you want to say to.
No, I think Hydra's, you just got to go. That's why he was.
I'm going to go any moment now. I'll hang around for as long as I can.
Just want to make sure I understand what you're saying. So what you just in a roundabout way, what you're saying is that the onus is on the person that's receiving it.
No.
The offense, it's on the person, because you can choose not to be offended by the word.
No, what I said is that they can take measures to reduce the power of any slur in multiple different ways, and they can do a lot in all of these complex ways, but they won't because it's too hard and complex.
But one of those would be not to take offense when it.
Yes, one of those. That's the biggest slice in the pie chart. As I said, one of is the words being given power by people, and you can choose to not let the word hold you in an iron grip.
Well, like, you can't really choose what other folks say about you. So
yes, but those exist. Like I experienced this personally as well, but I can't reduce it by just deciding that I'm not going to let that thing hold power over me. Such a silly word said by a person who doesn't even know me and only wants to hurt me. Why would I give any consideration to them? Why would I open myself anything for any reason? Why would I even consider what they have to say when they clearly only have malice for me and hatred in their heart? Like, this is possibilities, not a requirement, and I do not wish for anyone to follow this, but this is a potential path for defending yourself if you can or want to.
God damn, Hydra, I only called you Russian once.
Should context matter, though? Like, if somebody's offended, like, I don't know, is it your place to tell them you're wrong because you misinterpreted this? Or
let's get into this.
No. When someone says that you take offense, it's very difficult to say whether or not they are wrong, because that's a very complex thing almost always, because it's tinged by a person's narrative experiences, their lens, how they view life. And again, very, very complex. This is why I'm of the strong belief that more context is usually almost always helpful in the case as opposed to harmful, which is why it's providing more context, while might not necessarily change your opinion or think that is unnecessary, is in and of itself should be considered righteous behavior. But in my opinion, this is one of the reasons I hate the current news cycle, for example, but that's a different topic. Context matters even when you think it doesn't alter anything. It should be, it's not up to you to decide whether or not people should be able to hear it. It should be out there, it should be available.
Well, yeah, look at this. Putative social norms can also push those slurs out of the lexicon. Like what has happened with this word, and people are like, oh, it just means infidel. It's an Arab word for infidel. It has a huge life. That's why the closest comparison would be the N-word in America because of slavery. In South Africa with apartheid, with just the racial tension in South Africa, this word, the K word, look it up for yourself, enjoy. That word maybe it's because there's not hundreds of years yet between us and apartheid, but that word is it's been forced out of the lexicon in that nobody really can use it in a good context. Nobody, even if you go like, hey, my to somebody and you're trying to make it a good context and you and that person understand, other people, so say Bob and Frida say that word to each other, and even both of them are black, because it's a slur for black people. Hello. That if they say that and you hear it in public, the immediate reaction in South Africa is like, who said that? And yes, I know I'm a white woman saying this. It just from the way that I've been programmed, it's just, it doesn't make sense. It's not even.
That became a slur too, by the way. You've been programmed. Again, this didn't exist.
Also a white woman.
A couple of years ago, but that's how rapidly it evolves and changes.
I do have some questions here, because this originally was about a parliamentary member that lost their job because multiple years ago they said this word.
They didn't just say it. Okay, the way this, can I explain?
I saw the video. That's for sure.
Yeah, please do.
Yeah. Okay, so the context is, what happened was there was a political party, the EFF. You might have heard of them earlier on in the years, where people are saying, "Oh, this Malema guy, the Malema guy is saying bad things about the white people and threatening to kill them." Well, his party was singing a song called "Kill the Boer," which is kill the Afrikaner person. And what they tried to do, kill the farmer, literally. And so boer is not a slur, unless I suppose you're using it as a slur. You got to inform somebody, like an Afrikaner will tell you he's a boer. But maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I've just only met Afrikaners that have embraced their slur. But anyway, that was the song. And so people got very offended by that, because this whole party is singing this chant And basically it was like, it's hate speech, okay, because you are calling for the killing of certain kinds of people, right?
Yeah.
Literally
and
in your song.
Definitions that are being applied in some direction, but not being applied in other direction for political biases or reasons, would, according to definition, classify this as hate speech, but that's very inconvenient for some people.
Kitty, is incitement of violence a legal issue in South Africa?
It seems to be a part of that is you can argue about it, argue constitutionally it's not a good thing. And again, also another thing that has happened is somebody has gone to jail for their reaction to this, saying this word before as well. As an act of hate, basically. And what had happened with this song, sorry, just going back to that. So if you're asking about it being an issue, they tried to make it an issue. They went to the Human Rights Court, all of that. They tried to get this political party shut down because they're singing this song. And the decision came back that no, it's not hate speech. It's fine. It's normal. So in reaction, this guy was trying to explain why this song is so offensive. And he said, fine, I guess we can say whatever we want now. We
Kill
can
the
say,
slur, kill the other slur
Yeah.
that's most known in America.
Yes, that's it. That's what he said. And look, it's to illustrate a point, but to me, I'm like, you didn't need to do that, boy. You did it. For me, I'm just like, why would you say, see, for me, I can be,
because they are they are so, and I can sympathize with that person because I understand. I care very much about moral consistency personally. That's one of my biggest quirks. I hate the people who preach water and then drink wine. They are infinitely. I hold them responsible for a lot of things about the state of the world. And
But how many years ago was it? It was in 2012, right?
2009.
I think 2009.
2009. Okay, why is he being held to the same standard? What have you changed?
No, that's impossible, Mimo. It's a political opponent. We have to get rid of him. Just dig up whatever.
There's that too, but as Kitty was pointing out, it's not like it was socially acceptable in 2009 to just say it as well. Like it's not like it's a shifting.
No, that's not what he said.
No, I'm saying it as why would it be relevant today if it was done in 2009, especially if this person has already acknowledged these things and said, no, I didn't actually mean that in the way. This was a response to the hateful rhetoric that was going around. As a response to that, I said this. Why is that relevant in getting him fired today? Because
why is context ever relevant? Like, just
it's relevant to me.
It's extremely relevant because the context is that it was a long time ago and it was for a specific reason, which might or might not be justified in your opinion. That is the context. It is very relevant. We are talking about it right now.
Yeah,
why did it take so long for this to get him kicked then?
Yeah, well, he's just risen into parliament.
He's just risen, and now they're going to try and remove him because he said this.
So it's
over a decade ago.
It floated high enough to become a target, and then they dug deep enough to find it. Basically.
Sorry, I highly reject this line of thinking.
Yeah.
Mainly because this is the same thing. Like there was what was his name that tried to he was going to be on the Oscars, and then people went through his Twitter and found that he said at some point that he wished his son would not be gay. Kevin Hart, yes.
Yeah.
And they kicked him off the Oscars because he was saying hateful things over a decade ago.
Actually, it's a good comparison. He had already addressed that numerous times in the past and like made apologies for it, and I think even donated to some charity because he had learned from the incident, but they still found it in a new context where it's like, oh yeah, you're getting to this level of public life. Here we go.
That's exactly because he says, sorry, Greg. Yeah.
I was just gonna say, like, I am really lucky that we didn't have stuff like that. Like, it reminds me of that one girl who she used the not hard R, but it was like, I got my driver's license or something in a video, and she was like either 15 or 16, and then when she's applying to college, somebody who just happened to like record that, just happened to send it in and made sure that she got rejected from the college. Yeah,
it's just disgusting behavior.
I'm lucky because Well, there's always kind of a sliding scale. Like, I don't know. The
Wait,
stuff
what
that
is
is socially
this
acceptable.
disgusting behavior?
So I don't think you should be held to the standard of what you said over a decade ago. I think you should be held to the standard now of what you say now.
Did you learn from that experience 15 years ago or whatever?
Well, I would hope
Well,
so.
it sounds
And
like
it
he
would
was
show in
saying
your
it for a
behavior.
reason. So I don't know. Should like Tarantino be blackballed because he had characters saying that word, like he wrote it, and he's having it for a certain reason to prove a certain point and make you feel a certain way about characters. I don't know.
It's a weird place that you're. The fact that people shouldn't be offended is one of the big gripes here, but the people who do them should experience some sort of discomfort from what society experiences.
What do you mean?
Just because you say something, that you don't think is offensive doesn't mean that, the rest of the neighborhood, the world, society isn't cool with the way you speak.
For sure.
Part of being a part of society is, the same way you would expect people to not be offended by the things you say, is recognizing that respect is a two-way street. And while you say something in private, maybe if you're out in public with people that perhaps, you go to a job interview, you don't drop the N-bomb, do you? Like, why? If that's the way
Depends on the job. No, I'm kidding. No, I wouldn't.
I had
I
an
wouldn't
interview
do
with
that
somebody and
personally.
they dropped it on me. Like it was crazy. It definitely made me think different about the person. But
but it's
yeah.
like it. I could see if somebody spoke the same at all times, and like that's what they're.
For sure.
So I agree with what you're saying here, Charles, about respect being a two-way street. This is why I don't say the N-word. This is why I don't say a bunch of slurs to folks, because I wouldn't want those used against me. I understand that. But if there was footage of me saying the N-word or some other horrifying thing about gay people or whatever back when it was, even when I don't think it was ever really socially acceptable to say you should kill all gays. So that was a different thing. But maybe back in the 40s. But if I were to say that and that was recorded, I don't think it would be fair to hold me to the standard of me 15, 16 years ago. I think that you should make the good faith assumption that someone has not kept up with that behavior, and it would show in their current behavior today if they hadn't changed.
BMO.
Sure. And I
That's
think
the
context
argument
would
I'm
have to
trying to
matter.
Yes.
So 15 years ago is an acceptable time for a person to change. What about 14 years or 13 or 12? How
you want me to put a hard line on
behavior?
It?
Yes.
It has to reflect in your current behavior. So if your behavior matches up with how you're acting today. No, I'm not kidding. That's the thing.
So a year ago,
I think
or
even a
6
year
months
ago,
or
I've seen
4 months
people
ago?
change. I've seen people
know,
change
man.
in
Like,
that time.
So
Wait,
Pause. Definition
Okay.
of change. You might be considering someone too fickle if they were to drastically change in such an environment. You might consider them the change not wholehearted or honest because of strong pushback and not a real realignment of ideas. You need to explain deeper what you mean by people changing, Bimo, because I feel a misunderstanding forming.
Yeah, would just using different words count as changing, or do they actually have to come to some sort of understanding?
Well, one is obviously addressing the previous behavior says a lot. Addressing it and then seeing that they have a habit of not doing that now. If someone was using a bunch of slurs and then in the course of a couple hours or even a couple weeks or months, they decide to change that behavior, I think that is a viable change. Turning away from your behavior is what I'm saying. So someone that makes the conscious choice, I'm no longer going to say that because I don't think that is a good reflection of who I am or how I should be treating people. I've seen people make that change in just a year. I've seen people make that change in a month. So of course I'm going to try and hold people to the standard of who they are in front of me, not who they were.
But okay, so it depends on what happens now with, say, a murderer. Okay, so I know that there are different degrees, right?
Before you throw that hat into the ring, I want to say goodbye to everyone because I really have to go now. Stretch my time to the limit. So see you guys next time. Thank you for letting me be here.
Yeah, you take care,
And
Hydra.
also, before I leave and before you get into the murder conversation, I wanted to quickly say as a goodbye message to everyone. Thank you for listening to me. Hopefully, I was intelligible in what I was trying to explain to you. I think I touched on a lot of interesting stuff today. I hope we can do it next time as well. Don't forget to check out my streams in the Discord. Again, Elden Ring DLC and finishing up Hollow Knight. The events will be scheduled. And remember to treat others and as individuals and people and not representatives of some larger group unless they've been specifically elected as such. And remember to not judge people based on what they were born as or what they were labeled as, but what they grew up to be and what their deeds and actions are. With that message, I'm signing out. See you guys next time.
See
you later, Hydra.
Always awesome talking to you. Love the way you say scheduled.
So, okay, I have a good parallel here to bring up. Okay, you guys know who Daryl Davis is?
I feel like I should know, but I don't.
The
Daryl
man
Davis
who collects hoods.
From Walking
the
Dead.
man who, well, no, not from Walking Dead. But he is a guy he's a jazz musician, and he got really famous because he basically made it his job to be friends with KKK members and convert them. Should the former KKK members that he converted that have changed their behavior, they don't say those things anymore, they don't hold those same ideals, be seen as still racist KKK members? Should they be held to the same standard as they are now based off of what they were?
Did they
I would
always
argue
say
no,
things?
but on the other hand,
Did
I
they
would also
already
argue
say
that a
things?
company that doesn't want people like in clan robes or whatever has like certain tattoos, if they don't want those people to represent their company, I think they would also have the right not to be associated with that person. So if they were made aware like, hey, but this person has like countless pictures in like clan robes, I could see somebody being like, I don't want to associate this business with it.
Right.
But no, I think I would hope that somebody would judge them based on the person they are now, not just a snippet from years ago.
Okay,
I mean,
good
but
on.
at the same time, personally, I think that what your beliefs are shouldn't matter to the workplace that hires you, but that's a different conversation.
Yeah, but saying something and cosplaying as someone who's associated with pure hatred is a bit further than, I said the N-word one time in high school. Like the Klan is.
That's why I'm going to
worse.
an extreme example, because if the extreme
Is that when
example is
murder?
permissible, if we can find a place where that behavior that has been turned away from, that they have changed, they're no longer that person, is that still going to be held against them? That's why I wanted to go to that way. This could also be applied to felons, people that have murdered folks. If 30 years ago a guy killed someone, should they be held to that same standard today?
Are they
Especially if they are not? Exactly.
That's what prison's supposed to be, is rehabilitation.
One would hope. Otherwise, they're a serial killer, right? Or a multiple offender. But that's kind of where you were going to, Kitty, where it's like someone who's murdered someone.
Yeah, like because there's something when sorry, yeah, someone who's murdered someone. What I'm trying to say is like when somebody when somebody commits a crime, like a real crime, so don't now come and say, oh, Kitty thinks a word is a crime. No, I just don't like it. Okay, so just relax. It's just that. Like I've had it thrown at me a couple times by some people, and not at me like as in used on me, but it's been used by, say, like people in front of me, and yes, they're American, so they can't really know how offensive it is. But I've been actually I got upset about being offended by it. But anyway, when somebody uses when somebody commits a crime, we kind of, there is this feeling. Okay, I know it's very soft and very logical, but we go, oh, this person, if they've murdered, we have a sort of sense of them that we've got to kind of shun them. That's the group dynamic where it's just like that person's got to be out. So something has turned in them. They've turned into something completely different to who they were when they were functioning in our society. And what has happened is using slurs can be like that. That you've said it once ever, and that means that you think that way. And it's hard for me to not feel that way about this word, because you have to have really crossed the line to be able to say it, for me, in my opinion.
For sure. And it doesn't sound like it was ever like socially acceptable. Like I don't know, whatever you want to call it, like the Overton window or whatever has changed on certain ones. Like I know if you look at any of the ones that we've used for kind of a person of low intelligence, it has been kind of different ways of using different slurs and different medical terms that have kind of gone through with that. But it has been kind of a sliding thing. Like, I don't know. I'd have to think I'd look at somebody different with that than if they were, just being as hateful as possible and just like calling somebody like straight up like hard R. But I don't know. With this, it seems like there's context where there's a reason why he was saying it, and it was to prove a point. And if you're not including that, it just seems so dishonest. But maybe I'm wrong.
That part really upset me, because there is context, but then that's what made me want to talk about this with you guys, because I'm like, am I morally inconsistent? Because this word is just so powerful that even in this case, if this was, say, the N word and an American, I would be like, you can't fire him for that. But then I would say, oh well, I understand the optics, and shit, that's a shit one. And yes, he could have changed and whatever. But when it comes now, and I'm pointing out my inconsistency now, when it comes to this case, I'm like, oh, I get it, because it's just so ugly. And I completely understand what everyone in chat is saying, that it's like, don't give it power and then it has no power. And yes, if enough people do that, it'll work. But that doesn't mean I'm going to use it either. It's such a weird line to straddle, to be like, okay, well, fine, we're trying to take the power away from it, but also we can't use it. That's why Trevor Noah tried to make people use it after his show.
So
I was going to ask. Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Dorkus.
What is your specific position on this particular politician being suspended? You are for it or against it?
I think in principle I'm against it, because he has addressed it. It's old news, actually. He's addressed it before. He's actually faced, like Charles was saying, has this person learned from it? He has faced the backlash before. He said before, I addressed this snippet in 2016. So it happened in 2009. He addressed it in 2016, in which case that becomes like, we found you, right? And again in 2020, when approached by the media, when it was posted on social media. So
how did he get office?
Hey?
Was he elected?
He's part of a party. And then within the party, they've stripped him. So I guess the party has decided that. So the country decided which parties go to parliament and how many seats they get, basically.
Were they aware of this before he was put in?
They should have been, because the media did cover this several times. So it's let's at least say they covered it twice, 2016 and 2020. And he addressed it in his own videos and said and explained himself and whatever. So he faced backlash there, but he still landed up in the party. And I guess the party is now just doing going, oh, we have to remove ourselves from him. And this happened here. This video has started circulating again now, just after he says your new parliamentarian has arrived, and posted a picture of himself like as a new parliament guy. And he says his response here is, I refute any claims of racism or being a racist. I can, however, see how my message was distorted in the way it was delivered by me, and I take full responsibility for the actions of my younger and immature self. For that, I apologize unreservedly. Thank you. I don't know. The party just wants to leave. Is this the time you told the jerks to not say it and we kept saying it? It was, it was you guys.
Yeah.
but that I understand that it's not. It shouldn't be. You are not using it offensively in that context. You're not using it for any. They're not calling you that, AJ. If they were calling you that, I think I might have left. I don't know. I don't think I would be okay with that. And I understand it's completely a different social structure. So I'm not going to. Yes, I reacted, and then eventually, because I was reacting, they kept saying it, so I stopped reacting. That was my way of dealing with it. And I guess, what did Lucy say? I just don't think it'd be a good look for any company. So party, that works as well. Just like I probably won't even get a driving job because of a past DUI, even though I don't drink and drive anymore. Yeah, you see that there's that look thing of it, the optics of it. Yeah.
If you're in politics, you can't. You can't.
Mm-hmm.
Why did Joe Biden get elected then?
Dude, why did Donald Trump get elected?
Because he lived.
But what if you say something at 15 with no intention of getting into politics, and then at 30 or 40 you decide you want to be mayor?
Is there a statute of limitations for these things?
That's exactly it. That we said. Can we draw slurs with garlic phones? I'm sure garlic phone will.
I mean, no one can stop you.
Will ban us.
Also, the reason why I brought up specifically Joe Biden is because he voted against desegregation. If there's anything that I would say personally is racist, that's it right there.
Yeah.
But it's also been so many years. Should we hold him to that view now?
Well, we can't because he's
not. I hold him to his race. I consider him racist because of the racist shit he said.
You ain't black.
Fair enough. Fair enough. Ideally, we would hold him to the standard that he has now, but come on, like the political attack campaigns are going to go with those. They've mentioned all of those as, kind of talking points against him. So I don't know. I don't think anyone who's against you would have a clock that they're only willing to go back so far. I think. Okay,
but I'm talking about whatever reasonable person would act in this situation. So I guess the question would be, what reasonable time? What is reasonable for you on
public office?
These things?
Never.
So everything that you say will be held against you if you are trying to take a public office. That's what you're saying, Charles? I just want to make sure that I've got this right.
Sure.
I think you should probably operate with that in mind.
Operate with that in mind.
Yeah. How about we just put somebody in office who's never said the word?
Well, sure.
I mean, can you show me a man who's never slurred?
Yeah, little kids. When they
he who has never slurred may cast the first stone.
What if you were DUI officer for the KKK? Would that get you a lighter sentence if you made sure they hired enough people of different? Yes.
I don't know if you knew this, but the KKK does have black people in it, and Asian people, and Mexicans, because it's not a racial thing. It's just being racist.
Sure, it's not.
Yeah, you see, legally and morally is a different thing, and I guess
of course,
that's
morally.
It's morally. Yeah. We don't operate legally.
Look, and I am playing devil's advocate here because
freedom of speech.
Exactly, and I'll understand that. I also have some hypocrisy in this because if I knew someone that was convicted of touching kids, I would want to kill them, even if it was 30 to 50 years ago. Sorry, that is one line that I can't justify that in my mind. I'm morally against anyone who has ever messed with kids in such a way. But at the same time,
I get it. That seems to be a huge, whatever you want to call that, third rail issue. A lot of people think very binary on that one.
Sure.
Can I ask you a question? So you said I would be hypocritical too. Can I ask what is Kitty being hypocritical about? I don't know. I don't see any inconsistency in the position. It seems like she's saying, no, he shouldn't be fired. I don't like personal use of it. So I don't know. I guess I don't understand necessarily.
It's not the hypocritical. So I used the wrong term then, because what I meant is because it sounded to me, Kitty, like you were taking the reasonable approach of saying it's been so long and the behavior has changed.
Mm-hmm.
And I find that to be reasonable. Well,
yes,
of course,
I think that's my problem. My problem is that and listen, lots of people would probably watch this and get angry at me for even being offended by it, because it's not even a slur that's used against me. It's just a slur from my country, and it's a horror. But because, and that's something that I've laughed at people, at leftists. Okay, what I've laughed at them for going, you're taking offense for somebody else. But in my case, it seems like everybody takes offense from this word in any case. There are very few people that will not be offended by it. So I think that that's the most charitable you can be to me, is that in this context, everybody is offended by it. And
sure.
Can I ask, so you mentioned Trevor Noah used this as his closing bit and he made like the audience set. How did that go over?
Look, they everybody, if you go and watch it, I don't know if you can watch it now. I wonder if it's been wiped off. But people were they were like the camera's there and they're like, come on, say it. And there were some people that were like, and then there's other people that were like, like it just, we're not ready for this, but they said it. And they said it because they had to. And I would defend those people if they are clipped saying that and then they get fired for that, because the whole context of the show is he's trying to make it a positive thing. He's trying to take away its power, which is a positive thing. And straight after the show, they film you doing that, and then you get fired. Just in this hypothetical, it hasn't happened, but that's what I'm thinking of. I'm trying to their context matters to me. So I'm trying to say that it feels like I'm being inconsistent and wishy-washy, and I don't like that. That's what I'm saying.
Is it inconsistent, or is it just handling different situations based on a case-by-case basis?
Yeah, I guess. Yeah.
I have a question about that, actually, because obviously the word offends you. That's very obvious. It's a hurtful word to you. And it's a hurtful word to pretty much all South Africans, it sounds like. Mm-hmm. So the question is, why is it offensive to you? One, when you weren't involved, which is an easy answer. The other one is, if you weren't involved, are you only offended by it because other people told you to be offended?
I don't know. Do you think you feel things because people told you to feel things? Like
there has to be.
I'm trying to think.
They don't come out of nowhere.
Well, that's because socially, I can't deny that socially, it would mean yogurt.
Socially, it is the bad word.
Yes, socially, it's the bad word. So I know that my brain can make it not the bad word. I understand that I swear a lot, and one of the things that the studies that they've done with swearing is that the worst. If you put your hand in ice bucket of water and you start feeling pain, if you swear, you can keep your hand in there for longer than if you don't swear, right? Yeah. So that whole thing.
They put it up against slurs, though.
That would be my power word. I don't think I would even be able to say it to stop pain.
Okay.
But then in this question over here, sorry, I'm going all over the place, but I did get distracted. Who asked it? Would I say it to world hunger? Obviously, definitely. I'm not ChatGPT over here. Okay, I understand the value of saying a word versus like actually making a difference in people's lives. So I'm not ChatGPT here. So that's yeah.
ChatGPT can say a word and solve the world.
No, they will refuse to say a word, even if it meant saving billions and billions of lives. They will not say certain words.
Yeah.
ChatGPT has been the way that it was fed. It's not allowed to say certain things.
More like Chat DEI, am I right?
Exactly. But so Kitty.
Yes, help me out. Yeah.
Okay, so on this same note, the way that the word is socially put together, it means that there's been a certain amount of value put to the word.
Yes.
What would you do to devalue the word?
See,
because you're giving it power, of course.
I know that, but also I guess I'm not the one to make that choice because it is not a word that's used against me. So that gets us to the question of.
Well, this is a social question.
that's the social question of reclaiming slurs. So the N word has been somewhat reclaimed, but it's still not allowed. So it has less power in that it's been reclaimed. So good for that. But that also is still, for me, I don't want that word used in. One of the things that we were talking about is we can't restrict. For what's difficult is restricting how the thing is used, because people just there are bad actors that use it as it used to be used as the proper slur, and then there are people that use it without offense. And I guess what my supposed free speech brain would say is, okay, we have to look at it in context and let it happen. And if it happens and it looks like this is offensive, then we're not allowing it. And if it doesn't, and somebody is just saying it as a friendly thing or whatever, the way Jay Longbone says it, then fine. That's supposed to be the way it is. But I will still not unban that word in my Discord.
I understand.
I think that's inconsistent in any way, though. Like, that's just your personal line. Like, you choose not to do this, but you're not here to say what others can or can't do. I think all of us have a line at some point. Is that really an inconsistent position?
Well, that's not necessarily true, though, because she's not willing to let other people say it in her Discord or in her chat.
Yeah, but that's her place. Like, is she going to go and complain that Jay Longbone is saying a word that she doesn't like? I don't think so. I think that would be inconsistent if you're trying to say, like, you have to come to my standard on your platform. I don't know.
Yeah, just like, yeah, exactly, Gray. That's the thing. Because like I said in the PSA in the beginning, it was like, we want to build a community that works in a certain way. But again, if the community is using this as a camaraderie word and it's not a slur, nobody is offended, and they're all assuring me, because the rest of society will see it in a different way. We have to change the rules. So it has to move along quite naturally for it to become a word like fuck, where most of the
how does that happen?
Using it, I suppose. But
By
I don't
using
want to be part of it. I don't want to be.
I understand.
Exactly. Just
I understand.
think. So Congo Chris as well is South African. This word is so far outside of the Overton window that it triggers a visceral reaction to anyone who hears it. It's even a criminal offense.
Well, that's kind of one thing that I wanted to touch upon, because Bima was saying, like, do you choose to have this reaction? And it's like, I don't know. I think it's more of a visceral thing. Like, you are reacting. You can kind of choose the intensity in which you, like, physically react to it, but I don't know if you can actually choose it from affecting you. Like, I don't know. There's words, for instance, like, I don't know. The R slur was like everywhere on the playground when I was a kid. Like, everything was the same thing with, the Black Eyed Peas even had that song. Like, granted, there's a radio edit of it, but, it wasn't seen as, like, necessarily a slur. But I'm telling you, like, when I'm watching music content and the term retardando comes up, it really affects me in a certain way. And I mean, like, it's in no way anything other than the proper term for it, but I'm not choosing to have that reaction. Nobody told me to have that reaction. I think it is a societal shift. Like, it is. I don't know.
I'm definitely not denying it's a societal shift. But that's actually the point I'm trying to make. That the only way for this to change and to not give power to these words is to say the things that are out of line and to normalize them.
Yeah,
or adapt to what society doesn't like and be a member of society.
So
but if you're doing that, then you could also, like, that has a certain line that can go too far as well. Because if you're trying to only do what's respectable, that will change year to year to year to year, no matter what. No matter what.
It's not a law.
Yeah, you don't need to be.
Of course, but I'm talking morally, and you're making a moral argument, aren't you?
Sure.
About wanting to be respectful.
If you don't give a shit about what other people think, say whatever you want.
That's what I was going to say, Charles.
It's on a person-to-person basis, of course. This is just how society works.
It's how you gauge society. Like, do you want to be a member of society? Do you want to do your thing? That's basically what it comes down to.
I like that idea because, but then think about the adoption of new technology, right? So there are people that will adopt new technology immediately. So let's act as if there's a social technology, which is a certain word, okay? they start adopting. There's people that start using certain terms earlier than others, right? And they are the ones that go forth and change society slowly. Eventually, using a PC becomes commonplace. Using a phone becomes commonplace. Everybody has a phone, so it kind of works that way slowly. And there were always first adopters that happened. I guess what I'm saying is I don't want to be a first adopter. I don't want to be a first adopter. It like, and a lot of people, which seems to have happened with this word in South Africa particularly, is, and I mean there are some people that have, they have, but it still slaps you in the face. Especially just, it's a horrible word. Like, I don't know. I think it's because it just holds everything that is in apartheid. So it has all of it in it. So you have that. So when Gray sees that R word in his music, it has all of that in it. And yes, it will take desensitization, right? Because that's what it's got to do. And I know it cannot hurt people, as in like it's just a word. All it can do is offend you, and offense is not a crime. But going back to what Charles was saying, is when we are working in a society, we work with each other and we try to make things pleasant for each other, for everybody. We try to work with each other, and for that is by drawing lines, and we go, okay, this is my line. Are you going to respect it or not? And if somebody, yeah.
I think there's one more thing to point out. Like, I don't think your position is hypocritical because you're willing to have a conversation about it and explain it. It's not just nobody can say this and nobody can talk about it. So I don't know. I guess I don't see hypocrisy in it.
I was just
to speak to each other more to know what the lines are.
Yeah,
I agree for sure.
And when the line is crossed, I did say, like, I'm not getting butthurt about this moment. The fact that I'm bringing it up is because it was interesting to me, not because it's now broken me into pieces. But the thing on Jerks was very interesting to me because I'm like, I know that I shouldn't be offended. There's no offense meant here, but I took offense to this word. It was because nobody does that. Nobody uses that around me. So when it came up, it was quite a big deal. And that made me start thinking about the hypocrisy. I know I'm going in circles here, but basically what I'm trying to say is, like, in that situation, bringing it up, in that situation, my decision was stop reacting to it because that's making other people laugh. So stop. Rather than another person's reaction would be, okay, leave the stream. That didn't make me think these people are the worst in the world and I'm never speaking to them again. No, it was that they are my friends, so I'm okay with it. So there is that, and I suppose that is not. So I was wondering if I'm being hypocritical by letting them say the word, but it's like I've let them know, and I understand that it's about giving each other shit all the fucking time, and that's fine. And I'm there for that. I signed up.
What did you expect from a circle of jerks?
Yeah, exactly.
It's in the name.
No, AJ, no. Charles was released from that
prison.
That people. Yeah, he is now ours.
We've reclaimed him. He is
Yes.
our N-word.
Yes.
Flip it.
They went over an actual fandom video in the last circle of jerks, and it was interesting to see them again, I must say. But yeah, that wasn't the one with the K word.
I'm assuming he has changed and grown and become a lot more reasonable.
I don't know if hang with would have been the word I would have used this time last year.
Hung by? Hanged?
Appeared on screen at the same time as?
Occasionally.
Yikes.
I guess
technically I have too. So good times.
Are we running on time right now?
No, we can't just cut off because of time.
I'm just making sure that we're not getting too late
we can go
for you.
for another. I know we are pretty late. I'm going to start.
Time for a
I definitely do have something else to say that's kind of a bookend to kind of how I feel about this, but I'd love to continue to have the conversation at some other point, because there's a line here, because there's the be respectful, but then there's also the stick to the status quo because you've been told to do it, and I kind of reject that. I think that if you feel like you should try and change the culture, you should try to be the thing that tries to change the culture.
And
if there's something you find reprehensible, then of course make it known. Even if it's a word. This is where I actually agree with you, Charles, on being respectful to folks and making sure that you know where the line is important. That's how I operate personally. But it's hard for me to, when we get into things where people are taking positions that I find reprehensible, I'm not gonna just sit there because it's the respectful thing to do.
Yeah. I suppose, but that's why I didn't go, and I was being respectful. I stayed in the stream. I didn't go.
Sure.
You're being reprehensible. If they were using it in a certain way, then I would be like, "What? I'm out. Never speaking to you again," kind of thing.
Yeah. I think you'd have the right to do that, though. Like, if something is totally offensive, you don't have to keep subjecting yourself to it. Especially if kind of the joke is your reaction to it.
What is that? Freedom of speech doesn't mean freedom of audience. Isn't that the typical reply?
But social norms are not laws, and I understand that, and I'm okay.
Yep.
Words are not violence to me. As much as I have a visceral reaction to the word, it's just a word. I understand that completely. Actually, what's very interesting parallel with this is we were talking about whether somebody's past actions, whether we can judge them by their present actions. But there was another mechanism that I just the same format that I picked up. I don't know, but it's basically just gatekeeping. The thing of gatekeeping being an okay thing to do because that's what society does. But on the other hand, you need early adopters who go against the status quo, because that's actually how things change. So I'm happy with that.
Okay, then we have middle ground here. I mean, I think that you're being pretty reasonable about it, Kitty. But I think this goes into the whole thing of like, if someone says a word that you find super reprehensible socially, and it's found 11, 12, 13, even 5 years ago, should that be held to them now, especially if they don't use that word now?
It depends. To me, it also depends on what they were saying in that thing. If they were saying like what you heard in that other video, if they were saying something like that without any like if they were saying kill the and had no there was no context that made that make sense in any way, I would need way more evidence of them having changed, because that is a very hateful thing to believe, to espouse, to push. It would be like I don't know, I would be a bit wary of a KKK and ex-KKK person. Like, fine, I'll be like, cool, they might have changed, but I'm always going to wonder about them and watch them and have some sort of social distance from them. So does that answer the question?
It answers the question for me. I think it's just because my background is very much, I come from Christian background, and that's very much a Christian thing to try and forgive and forget, or at least that's what they're supposed to do. A lot of them don't. Generally, when someone is a victim of behavior or commits behavior, you're not supposed to hold that against them after you've actually seen them try to change.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
Right.
there needs to be good enough evidence. Yeah.
Of course.
Mm-hmm.
It'll show in their quote fruit, or how they operate in their life. Now you're saying, Dorkus?
I don't think you can say fruit anymore.
Oh, dang it.
What about the Stannis approach?
The what?
The Stannis, all hail Stannis, the one true king of Westeros. A good act does not wash out the bad, nor the bad the good.
Mm.
If you do a thing, that is a part
It's
of...
done.
that's
who you are.
That person's story. It's not necessarily the whole story, but it is a part of it.
But is it a true story?
Now you've changed topic back, but that's a great. I like that includes both of it. It includes a good doesn't wipe out the bad, but bad doesn't wipe out the good. Like things that happened. You can't trade happenings. You can't trade Earth. Things. You can just continue. We can't keep count. Say it again.
A good act does not wash out the bad, nor the bad the good.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, nor the bad the good. It's just they're separate.
I don't really like that phrase.
I like it.
You probably support Joffrey, don't you?
Yes.
Or Robb Stark.
Only because his name sounds cool. You were saying, Charles?
Was I avoiding talking about the initiative just now? Has something come up recently that
No, everyone's not aware of your story. Who comes to our little stream?
Yeah, I think
they don't know that we've discussed it a bunch of different times, but
did we ever discuss it on Thinkers? I don't.
At least
not while I was here.
I remember
very
giving a
long
public
ago.
apology to Charles for going
Yes.
after those guys so hard and lumping him in when it
Was that
turns out
before
he's
he
much
was
like one of the
regular?
participants of this. Like he just
Yeah,
kind of
like,
showed up, and I had a video. You guys didn't choose what it was going to be, so it's a little different.
You're a hateful bigot.
That
And
was
he
a
wasn't
great
the one with
video.
his hand on the block button.
No, AJ. The basically it's not that. Oh no, Charles has now swapped sides. It's that no, Charles called Gray out for some stuff that they actually got together and spoke, and it wasn't like they came to understanding, and then we started hanging out, and now he's a thinker. Unfortunately, we won't let him go. He's tried many times to leave us.
He's
And,
like a tumor.
Yeah.
That's closer.
It's warm and
But-
fuzzy. But yeah, he's awesome. What can I say? Even in his time in the initiative, I painted him as a bad caricature in my shit where we were like attacking them. He was often the voice of reason, and he was there to kind of disagree with them in a respectful way.
But that's what I am
don't know.
now with you guys. I'm the voice of disagreeing.
It's awesome.
Yeah.
I don't know. I think I'm
You serve
disagreeing a lot
key
more than you
point.
are today.
Well, I'll take my throne back next week.
Yeah. Charles is part of our brand of bigotry now, AJ. So he could still probably disagree with you on a lot of things. But
And that's why
the
I
thing
feel
is-
welcome here.
Yeah,
Because
but there's no
I wasn't,
because-
there was a quota, and I didn't
Mhm.
really align with it all the time. And let me guess, are they still talking about Eric July even today?
Most likely.
Yes, they were. I
There's
think
new
it was.
drama with that.
I think it was the
He
last.
is the
that was the last
unofficial
video.
top member.
No, but they also what they did is they went after some people from the Circle of Jerks, and
Oh.
for no reason, and they made huge assumptions that because from association they did that. They're just like, oh well, this person's just associated with this. They did it.
They would
sound
never
like-
do that.
Doesn't
Yeah,
sound like
so-
No, not Dane.
Anyway, and they also did it on like a snippet of a stream instead of the whole stream, and
Oh.
it's just it's this
That's
is
what they
about
tend to do.
success and who is allowed to have it. And apparently this guy was not allowed to have this success because he's not on the right culture war team.
Oh my gosh, that ties perfectly into our slur discussion. Who's
There you
allowed
go.
to have success in politics?
Who's allowed to have success? Yes, we
Only
sure
the
is.
people that agree with me.
Exactly.
No, it's not.
Exactly.
AJ, I think you guys are just not on. You guys are on talking past each other anyway. It's because we got a comment from someone else on a different stream.
Oh,
and
yeah.
They were accusing Charles of kind of like ignoring his past, which is like, what are we gonna sit and talk about it every single week, boys?
Yes.
And his past is, like, yes, we. That's
Charles,
what's
you
happening.
are overdue on atonement.
Yeah.
Fair enough.
I
mean,
That's
like,
one itch.
it feels like that week I was talking about it everywhere. So like, I'm
Hmm.
pretty sure if you look hard enough, you'll see me talking about it.
Hmm.
I don't know,
It just-
everywhere.
It's like
For sure.
it rarely.
Not
ever
everyone can
comes
see
up
everything. The
anymore.
internet's a big place.
Yeah, it really
Sorry,
does
Dorkus.
ever come up.
Right. Like
it's just it's strange that suddenly it's coming up a lot, but it's like it's such old drama.
That's why I was asking, did something happen? Because there was that comment last week, and now this.
No, this is just because of what they did with AJ's group, basically.
So could there be overlap, and that's why I'm.
Yes, probably. Why they might have seen that you're on the stream,
Sure.
and then so they probably didn't watch even more than 2 minutes, and then they, and then they
that
were like,
sucks.
oh, yeah.
It's all right.
Is it when they got the cool interview with Bo DeMeo or whatever? I saw that they were calling like that group Chuds.
Exactly.
Oh, fuck him. That really
Right?
sucks.
Yeah.
That was awesome that Bo DeMeo came out and did an interview.
What the hell does
Like,
Chud mean?
Well, it means cannibalistic humanoid underdweller, but somehow, which goes back to a really cool movie and a weird sequel. But yeah, it's just a term that people kind of gave to like basically anything kind of Chad-like or whatever is chuddish. But yeah, it kind of progressed and kept going on further than that. But it all goes back to a very fun movie that's sort of like Critters in a way. But if you want to hear, actual fandom did say that Chud is a slur, so it is his favorite slur. So yeah, good times. But he explains what he means by it.
There's no heat on Charles. We're just having fun. Chud is Dane's favorite slur.
Oh, he's got
I
more.
mean,
than that.
I've watched Chud Logic before, and he seems okay.
Because he reclaimed the slur, you see.
Yes,
he
he
is.
reclaimed the slur.
Mhm.
But
Dorkus, yes.
consider we had a severe moral failure last think.
Yep,
in
we
that
did.
We did not play Gartic Phone.
Yeah.
We got 10 minutes.
We look, as much as a good will not erase the bad. let us go. Let us try. As let's just put some good in the world, I suppose.
All right, am I gonna share it again?
Or
Yeah, so we can watch you draw instead of me.
Oh, the burden I have to bear.
Yeah. So
Such a burden.
William.
To end off. Yeah.
Yes, it is, but it's been my experience that if you give anybody in that group oxygen, they're benefiting.
Oh God, we've already spoken enough
Right.
about them right now. So.
All right, I'm gonna make sure that you guys get in first before I.
Oh, AJ, please, can you also join us to do Gartic Phone? Please, please, please. AJ is also an artist.
I can tell with his profile picture.
Mm-hmm. And also,
So gonna blow me out of the water.
AJ was defending Lion King the other day. So
Lion King, one of the best Disney
live
movies
action?
ever made.
John Favreau.
no, not the live action. Come on, guys, what kind of bullshit?
Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4. We're missing one person.
No, you just wanted to. Yeah, AJ, you just didn't know that's. I think what this person did is they realized they saw him in there and then was like, do these people know?
So yeah, 1, 2, 3, 4. But there's 5 of us on screen. Who's not playing?
It's me. I'm still waiting for this ad.
Oh,
Would be
Evil
kinda cool,
Kitty
though, if you were, like-
is totally Dorkus, isn't it? There we go. And you got Sammy the Snail.
It would be kind of impressive if Charles was like a sleeper cell, though. Like he's deep
Yeah.
undercover.
Oh my God, it's
Going to
been
infiltrate.
months.
I don't got.
Look, that's why. Look how tired he is. Look at him. He's even in the intro song. Look at him.
as soon as Gray said that thing about being undercover, I almost spat out the name of the character from The Sopranos. would not have gone over well.
It's kind of a
Again,
spoiler.
it used to be socially acceptable.
All right, guys, I dropped the Gartic Phone link. If you can't touch the link in chat, just copy and paste it. Oh, wait, you
Tell
can't do
me
that,
on the
can
link where it touched.
Yep.
you? Tell me on the link where it touched you. Yes.
Wait,
I need to put
how
the
do we
music-
have an evil Kidda and a Dorkus?
Oh,
What?
lore.
Oh no. My superpower has been used against me.
So Dorkus, the Dorkus that's in there can now start saying a bunch of slurs, and it's Dorcas's fault.
Yeah, exactly.
Disavow.
Guys, I thought I would just put it on now. Because I always put it on there.
Yes, I missed the porn music.
This is duck music, sir.
What is the fun? Okay, Garlic Phone is this game where it's basically like broken telephone.
A drawing competition.
Called Gartic Phone. It's much more fun if you participate than if you just watch it. So click on the link.
You only have 3 people drop. I'm gonna drop the link again and again and again.
But you get a huge advantage if you can actually draw.
That is not true. I barely ever win.
Nobody wins. We all win actually because it's fun.
Also, Gartic. What is that word? It's garlic.
It's garlic, yeah.
Garlic phone.
It's called Chinese whispers. In respect to your very, very funny, Cameron. Very good.
Come on, guys, get in here.
I learned how to say I'm slow in Italian the other day.
Oh.
I had the same feeling that Gray had with his music. It's like, and I was doing
So
this with,
I know how to say that in Russian. Yeah, one of my buddies. It's how I'm slow as in I'm rarted, but it's 2 pizza in a very specific way. Yes.
Huh. Well, yeah, the word does mean to gradually decrease in speed. So, like, it is an actual musical term.
It's a music term.
Yeah, I'm sure it has the same etymology.
Let's go.
The R word?
So
retardando is the actual way to say it in the musical term, and it just means to slow down.
Just need a couple other people, guys. Like, we don't have Congo Chris in here. We don't have Darling in here, do we?
Corona.
We don't know who Dorkus
We got Corona.
I really wish AJ could come on, but is AJ left?
I do
He
know
must have.
in Europe.
Unless he's Dorcas, you never know.
Darling's not there.
Got a feeling Darling is Dorcas, but I could be wrong.
Oh, okay.
Okay. Then I guess we'll get started.
I can't play.
Sure.
Okay, let's go.
Okay.
What are we gonna do? Normal.
I was thinking normal, or we could start with a writing one. What do we think?
Normal. Let's go.
Normal. Let's go.
Let's go.
Normal.
No corpse.
Alrighty. So. Topical. Oh, texting while driving. How dare you, abomination.
No.
Not allowed. Don't text while drive.
What?
There we go. Oh no, I read that as refrigerating for a second.
Terminology here.
Whoopsie, let's go back. There we go. One.
I've decided that I'm going to interpret this a certain way.
A quarter of your time is gone.
Oh, thanks. Thank you, Keeper of the Chronicles.
Less than half of your time remains.
God damn it.
Oh no!
Just about a quarter of your time remains.
This is staying. This is staying black and white. I'm not fixing that shit.
You got time.
No!
You say I have time. You underestimate my speed skills. There we go.
I'm so darn proud of what I've done here.
Uh-oh. That sounds like a pun.
Item wizard, that's so wrong.
No!
Whoa, this is amazing.
What?
Oh my gosh.
What?
Okay.
Oh, it's wrong.
Your time is almost up.
It's wrong. Okay.
There we go. Oh, just in time.
What? Oh, I love that there's a question mark in this one.
What? Come on.
Go. Get rid of you. There we go. Back to color. Yep.
No.
Oh no, I have to try and draw that with my head.
You don't have to use your head.
I'm not good at using my head. Okay, and I'll go like that. Oh no!
Half your time has gone.
This is not going to look anything like what it's supposed to.
We've got about a third of your time remaining, so make it as close as possible.
I'm done with this.
It looks like a bunch of semen.
Beg your pardon?
No, I'm not joking.
What are you trying to draw? You're in control here, you know.
Oh.
Okay. I give up.
I just can't.
Oop. I believe in you.
You got this. You got a few seconds.
Yeah, this is all I'm going for. No. I know, right? Item wizard. It does look like a devil fruit.
Now somebody's gonna know.
Oh my gosh. There we go.
Okay. Oh wow, we have like 3 more rounds.
Oh, what's his money back? What?
No.
Item Wizard is one of the few people that haven't commissioned me.
What? I think you're doing spoilers, sir.
Am I though? What does an item wizard look like?
What doesn't an item wizard look like?
Yeah, exactly.
I love that I get to just keep redoing this fucking model over and over again.
Oh, I think I know which one you got.
Like
Have
my
to do with
lore is the
backstory?
same shit. Yes.
Yeah. Yeah. I think I've gotten it twice now.
Ah! How do I undo? Oh, never mind. I found
The
it.
little arrow that
Yep.
goes left.
Yep.
But keep in mind, you have just over half your time remaining.
Ah!
Ah!
Versus.
No, that doesn't make sense.
I don't remember what this character looks like.
Yeah, you do. You got this. Just draw it.
I think you're
with
allowed to do
your
this.
heart.
No!
No! No!
As if it no, just happening to me. I didn't do it
A
myself.
third of your time remains.
No!
No, wrong way. How did I do that?
You see?
Ow.
Ow.
And your time is up.
Nope.
Oh.
Oh, it's so
Whoa.
good.
What?
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 The noises of disappointment and frustration are wonderful, according to Item Wizard.
Wait.
Okay.
That's interesting.
Oh, wow. How does one draw this? Okay. Okay.
No.
Okay.
Oh, I'm given two choices to draw here.
Are you?
What is this?
I don't know if you got
There's
the right
an
game.
ore. Who put ore? You don't have enough space for ores.
Nope.
I think I'm willfully misinterpreting this, but I think it's fun. It's fun.
Oh, wow. More than a third of the time is gone. Where does it go?
Where does it go? Give it back.
How am I going to do that? Oh man.
Less than half the time remains.
I'll try. No. Oh, that's fine. No.
And your time is almost up. I don't think anyone will interpret this correctly, but good time.
Me
This is
either.
the last one.
Can't wait.
Thank
Oh,
goodness
well
that's done.
Okay.
Okay.
I
Oh,
saw
I didn't even notice I was in a bus now.
Titties.
There we go.
Titties.
Oh man, I could have been doing my art thing all along.
Oh.
Okay, so alrighty, here we go.
Wait, I need to turn off the music. Oh shit.
Kite getting offended at clothing.
Oh. Oh wow.
Is that what we were doing?
Oh
That
wow.
looks sad. That looks sad.
Cat cries because she doesn't know what to wear.
Oh, this might make it
Oh.
interesting.
A cat is crying over what to wear.
Hey, consistency. Oh, that's darling for sure.
Dorkus is a true artist.
Crying
Yes,
Kite as cat can't decide between red or blue shirt.
Yeah, you did so well, Dorkus.
Oh,
you.
choose our
I
shirt.
try hard.
Oh, that's awesome, Charles.
That's lovely. I love that cry.
All right, who's downloading?
I'm downloading.
Okay, just let me know when you're done.
Severs. Ooh, gosh, it's putting itself in all kinds of places.
Every
Gartic.
place,
Okay.
every nook and cranny.
Good.
To be sorted.
Phrasing.
All right, are
Choose
you ready
our
for the next
shirt.
one?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Charles's album.
Thinkers make us stink.
Oh. Oh, wow. This ends weird.
Oh, that's what that is. Okay.
Okay.
Brains on salad.
Oh, I hated this.
That's beautiful.
It's lovely.
Lettuce wrap with a
impossible.
brain on top.
Okay, let's go.
Nice.
Very delicious.
Brain on a lettuce and beef wrap.
And beef.
Oh, I interpreted that wrong. Brain on lettuce plus beef wrap. My bad.
Hold the lettuce.
Oh, so good.
And
All right. We done downloading.
We got one brain salad plus a cow plus a beef wrap.
It's simple math. Okay.
Whoa. You notice the cow leads to the wrap. I don't know.
Hold the
Hey,
mayo.
teriology would
Watching my
understand
time well.
yeah, teriology will do that.
All right.
Sally Snail regretting her past.
Oh.
I cheated. I
A
cheated.
snail longing for the past.
No.
I can see it.
Back in the good old days.
Sammy Snail laments not being able to say slurs nowadays.
Sammy says choir in Finnish.
Who doesn't like Finnish choir?
That was
That's a
really
good one. Well, that's a good one. Okay. Next one.
Poker Lord Charles demands money from BMO.
Oh.
Oh.
Oh my gosh, I kind of drew the same thing.
Item wizard telling BM
Item wizard?
after
Oh.
playing poker.
I don't see no bunny ears.
Oh no. He's got a
Item wizard
bet.
wants his money back from BMO.
Perfect.
Headphone ears.
Math dad demanding money from BMO, not the bank.
Math.
not the Bank of Montreal. Oh, I love that drawing of myself, by the way. That's great.
It's not your best angle, I'm sorry.
It looks great. My glasses are falling off. It looks like the blush marks are my eyes.
Just noticed.
In a great way.
I'm just happy to be there.
away from him.
That's good. Alrighty.
Lore.
Sammy Snail telling Charles his life story.
Oh.
I'm sorry about this.
That's what that was. Okay.
Sammy the Snail says Hessold.
Asshole.
I don't make it very far in these equations.
Snail on the verge of dying from old age.
I got that one.
It's only a week
I'm
old.
not good at budgeting time. I set us off on the wrong foot.
I love this.
Old snail in nursing home.
Old Snail hates his family because they put him in.
That one's the best.
That is awesome.
So good.
The whole
Darling's the
snail
man.
is great.
Darling can do so much with such simple shapes.
That's awesome.
It's awesome.
Gray's jar contains a bioprocessor.
Oh, nice.
What did I do with
That's
this? I love that. That's
The
great.
brain of
I know
Gray
this
put it in a soda jar.
Jar. I tried, guys.
My fault.
Nice.
Cheetos in a bag.
Oh, I did do my own portrait.
In the bag.
Cheetos are in the bag.
I love it.
That's fantastic.
I don't want Cheetos, man.
All right, what's next?
Pikmin fighting for civil rights.
Oh no. That's Pikachu. You kidding?
Pokemon protesting for misspelled civil rights.
Oh, that's what that was. Okay. Oh, that was you. Okay. I knew it.
No typo.
Pikachu rejects the bad spelling in the Constitution.
What? That is not what I saw.
Not Pikachu introducing itself to a class.
What? Pika, mine, not Pika.
That is definitely not Pikachu. We got one more for Romeo. Yeah, Gray's brain turned into Cheetos.
Not the first time.
BMO being an antagonist.
Oh.
Oh, okay, Romeo. I see how it is.
Whoa.
Oh, this is awesome.
That is amazing.
Whoa.
Brave Yellow Knight charging against giant vampire Lord BMO.
I apologize to everybody.
Haunted thing hovers over Golden Knight.
Haunted thing.
A Cyclops.
This is what it was.
Sapo trying to lightsaber a ghost.
Possibly
Sipo.
Oh, possibly me.
Why possibly you?
Do we got time for another, or are we
So
done?
it's supposed to be possibly
I'd love one more.
C3PO, but my
That-
bad.
That's what I thought.
That does also work as CPO, though. I can definitely see why you'd read it as that.
Lore.
Should have put my dash.
So, Kitty, are we going for one more, or are we stopping here?
We'll stop. We'll have to stop here, even though I'm
Aw.
loving the laughs. We have to stop.
Okay. All right.
Oh God, it's been good.
Yes. Yes. So, Sleep Addled Kitty would probably say this, but everyone plug your stuff. What are you doing this week or next week?
So you should all join the No One Asked You podcast channel tomorrow at 6 p.m. Pacific.
Yes.
To see Kitte Gray and I finish our fan casting of Mistborn as we celebrate Kitte and I finishing the first book.
Mhm.
Now with new slurs.
But we are not. What's the name? We're not gonna. Well, so I guess do we talk anyway? We'll figure it out.
We'll deal with that tomorrow.
Yeah. Okay. You can see. This is why I said we need to stop.
Okay. Anyone else? What's going on?
I'm going to be diagramming episode 2 not live diagramming it, but going through my diagram of episode 2 of House of the Dragon next
Yes,
week.
I saw your first one, and it was quite interesting.
It is. Look, I understand it's not for everyone, but for me, it's for me.
Black.
It's for you.
Yes.
It's content for you.
Yes, it's for me. I enjoy doing it. I thoroughly enjoyed doing this this last diagram, and I think I'm going to get better and faster at this because of just how I'm watching it now. But yeah, that's what I'm going to be doing. I'm going to see if I can. I don't think I'll have time to cut it up the way I'm supposed to, but maybe I'll do that at some stage. Also, hopefully on Lord Cameron has redeemed the IOU for a gaming stream. So on Sunday, that's what I'll be doing.
Okay, let's go. Gaming. Games.
Gray and
Games?
Charles, what's up? Don't you guys have a show?
Oh yeah, sure. Yeah.
Jesus.
Quote
Wow,
show.
this is so
On any
sudden.
Monday, Tuesday, or Wednesday, whatever day Charles should choose, he has this little show called Showbiz. So check it out on YouTube at Willis Greedia. Willis Greedia on YouTube.
How did you get
it's
the
fun.
SB logo? What did I give that to you?
Cut it off of your last video.
God bless. That's awesome. You could have just asked. I would have given it to you.
No, I figured, but this was a lot faster.
Faster. Okay.
That's awesome.
Yeah. That was not prepared at all. Well done for whipping that up. Fast, quick.
Whips this thing out quite often.
Some are too quick.
Yeah. Is that it, boys and girls?
Did you have the eyes and the thing the whole time?
No, not while he was drawing. He had the wrong one while he was drawing.
The blinking jar
Apparently.
kills me.
Oh, it's
So-
so cute.
I guess the only thing that's going on with me is I am open for commissions. Give me your money. I will give you good art in return. And I would love to
reasonable.
keep doing that. I would say so. And yeah, just contact me on Twitter or on Discord. Shoot me a message request, and we'll talk. We'll talk numbers if you are interested in ERTs from me. Do not use Gartic Phone as a representation for what my art is, please.
No, you'll
I am judging you for it, but fair enough.
Nobody. That's not fair on anyone. Although I suppose no, it's just not right.
That's not
also,
right.
just another thing. Thank you everybody for having a respectful conversation today. Really appreciate that. So let's go and let our thoughts marinate. Listen to the words. Hold on.
Slow
I need
wave.
it. Okay.
Someone is moving a chair.